Produced by Liang Gu, Taiwan Poetry Notes. Shen Guangwen. Guangwen, courtesy name Wenkai, nicknamed Xian, a native of Yin County, Zhejiang Province in the Ming Dynasty. King Lu of the southern Ming Dynasty supervised the country and tried the Battle of Huajiang. At the beginning of Yongli, Li Guan reached Taipuking. Later it reached the Minhai Sea. I drifted to live in Taiwan. In the evening, he formed a poetry club with people living in Taiwan, named Dong Yin. His works include miscellaneous notes on flowers and trees, Taiwan Fu, Lu Yu Cao, etc., which have been lost. The poems that have been preserved today, except for those already found in Fan Ji and Zhu Ji, Wen Song. Number 105 and number 141. Except for those recorded in the Yu Ji, which are within the scope of the Tu Ji, the Yongshang Qi Jiu Ji, compiled by Quanzhuang, contains 31 poems, of which 19 are not recorded in the above Tu Ji. Guiyin. During the Yongla period, there were servants from Hunan who often wore Ji's clothes. I also wore Ji's clothes when I traveled to Shaoxing. It has been 2 years now. As time goes by, war breaks out in the Central Plains. It is hard to go against the diary of the past, and there is no trace of it. The mountains and rivers of my motherland are far away. There is a lot of sorrow and hatred in a foreign country. Gu Yi would rather abandon her than a rude domestic servant. To win over the Western Marquis. Fang Shilianpa has never been old, and he was shocked to hear that Qi Ji was promoted. Just because of the exhaustion of hard work, I will look at the elite for their ability. The tide of Deng Shui rises with anger. Outside Moling City, I saw Yun Ning. The remaining generals were buried with the words on their backs, and their hatred increased. The words, "Serve the country with a heart," were tattooed on their backs. Those who lend rice to others and get no response. We are both strangers on the same road, and we are full of mist and boiled stones. But if the purity is kept in the abdomen, the poems will be thin and full of new ideas. I also know that poetry is as thin as autumn, and the autumn colors fly high into Wuzhou. Gray dogs and floating clouds change rapidly, and I am crazy and stupid and ashamed of myself. There are still neutrons in Shishan. You should give your all to nature and heavenly love when dealing with things, but you have been hungry for thousands of years, and when you travel with few relatives, you are even more anxious. I have come to avoid the world as I have to avoid the Qin dynasty, and there is no communication between the superiors and the inferiors. If I can be humbled and humbled, why not be so proud in the daytime? Arrogant people are respected by the world, and they do not laugh at the evil but laugh at the good. Everyone is snobbish. Who is going to judge this? Who gave me clouds in my dream yesterday? When I woke up, I seemed to have picked them up all over again. Things in the world are still unpredictable. How to get a blessing from heaven? Thanks to this high sentiment, why does papaya always have a good future? How was your day today? But the soap hat has not been removed. Chikao, Midwinter Rhyme of 1898. Would you rather miss your hometown? Bingzhou means temporary residence. There are no branches around the tree, playing the cymbals and singing fish. Refining bones is a collection of dangers and doubts, and combing the hair is cherished. Feelings of endless pursuit, regretting the past. It's not boring at any time, but it's hard to get rid of the stuffiness. The waves shake the river, the rain is in the sky, and the wind turns the sky half hazy. If the hot intestine is not cold, be careful not to be obedient in the late season. There are few fishermen with honor and disgrace, and they ride the tide and ride the tide. The banner of righteousness is getting more and more extinct, leaving behind these stubborn people. Their hearts are as straight as stones, and their temples are as silver as silk. Zhongshan wakes up several times, and the motherland has 13 springs. I look up at Xi with caution, and weep in the cold night. If the Lingwu industry is to flourish, who will be Li Changyuan? Tianbao people say that Yuyang drums are still noisy. On that day when he was in charge of Liao, Yuan was lying in the snow. My servant is even more obsessed with me, and Ran is too lazy to go out. Since the time of the Qin dynasty, we have been together in Haishan. The crown and clothes cannot be destroyed, and the integrity dares to be lightly deleted. Frequent exposure to cold makes the bones strong, and the frost makes the face look luxuriant. Nanyang is high and stable, but I don't know that the road in the world is difficult. It's not just about food and clothing, the human heart is busy. The sound couplet means whatever the place is, and the strength is the same as the body. I have no regrets and dare to say that I am still short of food for extra meals. Why spend the night traveling at night? A thin glass of wine is better than a cup of tea. Honors and honors are illusory, and life experience is in a light boat. I send my shame far away to the western mountains, and my important generals cross to the south. How old are the fishermen and woodcutter couplets? The crops and millet weep in the same autumn. Expose the troublesome place on your back, and you will feel more leisurely. Outside the door, there is a vast space, and there are dragons and beards. If you are trapped, you will sigh and be short, so how can you borrow the spring water? If you are good at receiving knowledge, the precious cauldron needs to be used as salt. I am not accustomed to showing up, so I should adapt to the times. It is not appropriate to write with caution, and the white cloud letter has been closed. It is the complete hair of the emperor, and the cloud nunnery is half on the rock. When you have no relatives, you are a traveler, and your sense of things is salty. I have been living in my heart for half my life, and I talk about ordinary things when I meet people. Chiu Yin. The refreshing air is flying across the field and the conditions are good. Looking back, I am excited about the water. The hibiscus dew is wet and red, the makeup is cold, and the river and sea are filled with white waves. Enmity is deep and friendship is strong, and brothers and sisters are recruited widely. That is to say, today's shortcomings must be made up for. Who is Chiu Min's stepdaughter Hua? Send a message to others. I recall that Bingshu rode on a boat and came south to the Fujian Sea. Over the years, I spent time in my house, or occasionally stayed on a branch. I felt worried and excited from time to time. Every time I chant a false title, I talk about living among the people. Wuzi entered Guangdong. There are many chants. Xian Mao came back to live on the island, climbing mountains and asking about water. He had no poetry, but he especially liked walking and human rhyme. Although Chiu he has a deep love, his gratitude is always revealed. This autumn, I briefly read the book, and suddenly I felt regretful. Regardless of my leisure time, I occasionally remembered it. Pay tribute to Zulong. Sitting in the cold in the small window in midwinter, I want to express my wandering love again, but my imagination is suffocated. I accidentally heard Jingjisan's Haiba In, and I can't help but get excited about the rhythm. However, Jisan, I haven't met him yet. I haven't been teaching for more than 10 years, but I still feel like the old times. Because people work slowly, I even doubt my faith in God. Yen yen spring and autumn are easy, and the vicissitudes of life are late. It is a feeling of excitement and stagnant water. The blue sky is there, lingering and vibrating, walking in the spring, resting on the rain, asking the moon for the spring breeze. The grass blames Zhang Jui for mistake, and the Jing Jian is sparse at the same time. The history of the island will be told, and the end will be long and hesitant. Looking across the water, you will know the distance between you and the scenery of the distant river. Difficulties rely on Luzhu, and the beard is vigorous and vigorous. Immortals are near and hungry and stay in the new moon, and mountains move and children follow their foolishness. The idle gull never gets tired of me, and I will be my disciple together every day. I should be hungry, but my family should be miserable. Carrying old accumulations with you will bring you many friends. The children are disgusted with the food, and the wild geese are disgusted with the food. It's not enough to find a career, but how can Wang's industry be so popular? The island is full of smoke and clouds, and the ghosts of the setting sun are intruding. All my life is missing, and my heart is always filled with sorrow. The path is wild and Tao Xing is shallow, and the robe is stingy and cold. Dancing is a waste of time, and I listened to Han's music for many years. Wu Jingfu suddenly wanted to become a monk, so he sent a poem in Cambodia to answer dash. It should be said that being a monk is a good thing, and you want to realize your fate now. As expected, you can put it aside and just realize the present. But if you don't feel tired, don't let the world have power. The name of the release is Yuzouting, not the love of the virtual circle. The name of the release is Chaoguang. Su Fuyuan. Fuyuan, whose courtesy name is Ngong. His late name was Fuzhai. He was from Huading, Songjiang, Ming Dynasty, and one of the 6 sons of Jisha. In the southern Ming Dynasty, Zhejiang and Fujian were defeated one after another and moved to Xiamen, where they were well received by Zheng Qinggong. He went to visit Emperor Yongli, but he lost his way and entered Annan, but failed to reach it and returned. After that, he wandered around and ended in Raoping, Guangdong, where he finished his journey. Among the works, there are 20 volumes of Dao Huangtang preserved manuscripts, which contain more than 2,700 ancient and modern poems. At the end is a volume of Jiaoxing extracted manuscripts. Lian Heng selected Su Ongong's poetry notes. One volume, compiled into Poems of the 3 Sons of Dongming, unpublished. Excerpts from the Bank of Communications are appended to the Chronology of Mr. Su Onggong, 123 of Wen Song. Dongyi. Dongyi is still a clown, but Nanzhong has been conquering it exclusively. The tribe declined Lu and Shi. The Chu Jings collapsed and ran away in fear. Moreover, they heard that the masked people were all rebelling against each other. Qing Jiang and Han in one fell swoop. How could it be difficult to pacify Jiujing? Scholars. Emperor Xian has not returned from his tour, and Yizhou is still named after the Han family. A hill of soil has not been prospered or destroyed. For several years, Gaoye has been in awe. The art of war by Sun and Wu is not easy, and the heart of heaven is the most affectionate in the sea. Several people here call me Yuzi, and the curtain of Rome is dark and angry. Huang Chen expressed his farewell gratitude. Old age is full of sorrow and hatred, and the road is difficult and dependent on friends. Like a couple of orchid and tarts, each making a wild goose call. I feel that there are so many difficulties, so don't say goodbye. Whenever I hold hands again, I wish you to protect your reputation. Save Zhang Dingxi. Suddenly the stars in the camp have fallen, but I still pity the sword box. Fei Yang is really intentional, and I dare to discuss the merits and demerits in depth. The bones and flesh are the same as the lusts, but they are different from the halberd door. The wandering soul follows the evening moon, still heading towards the central plains. The bones and flesh are the same as the lusts, but they are different from the halberd door. The wandering soul follows the evening moon, still heading towards the central plains. The teeth and horns are crisscrossing the sun, and the aspirations have not yet been expelled. The yellow color is still gone to you, so I feel grateful and go to Fujian. What's the matter with the general? The storm is all over him. Who can sit in the pavilion and paint a unicorn alone? Send Zhang Gongbao to the northern expedition. The Prime Minister wields a golden axe and returns the soldiers with a red flag. He retains Min Yu's winning strategy and joins the Yu Hui army. The formation is surrounded by dragons and snakes, responding to thunder and rain from the sky. An army supports the sun and moon. The commander-in-chief of the group served Pansy. Mao Dun was still in ruins, and Chunwei's species wanted to decline. The Zhou dynasty was now in full swing, and Han's Wall was not among the barbarians. The sword is given to make a deep sound and leap, and the star spirit is waiting to point to the subordinates. The cauldron must be laid in both places, and everything will be in chaos. The graphics of Yang'e are magnificent. Yin Ting's work was late, only the stranded guest was injured, and the flower spirit could not follow. As a gift to Ji Shiqing. The grass in the palace of Jimen is luxuriant, and there are still some British people talking about it. Zhou Ding has not given up yet, and Lu Gu should fight against the sun and head to the west. Where can I explore the Dragon Cave in my hometown? I smelled Tiger Creek while taking shelter. Count the number of thatched cottages in the deep Xiu, where the clouds and peaks have no path and the crows crow at night. I know that you are deeply hidden in the endless grass, and the bushes are rustling in the spring. I sincerely promise you that you will have the same character as you. Empty bags are often used to pick ferns in the mountains, but polygala cannot be blown by the wind behind the curtain. It's a shame that I carry my child across the sea, wandering like a mercenary every year. Shen Fuzhai came to visit and left without a meal. When Zhongqing rode his chariot through the canopy gate, there were no flowers left among the chrysanthemums. Knowing that Tao's wine is not yet ripe, don't take the jade dust to the plain. Silicon. The evil waves drive the wind, and there are little monsters, and the passengers in the boat must be brave. I wonder if Su Jian, after returning to the court, still remembers the vastness of the sea. General Gan has long-standing military exploits. He can also hold opinions and sing songs of righteousness. After several years of fighting with spears and horses, they first flattened the North Sea and then returned to the south. The Sun family was happy and prosperous, so Duke Chao asked to cross over. After getting Zhang Xian's letter, he sent troops to Jinshan Temple and wrote dash. Nanzhou Zhouyi is famous, and the light boat passes through Iron Wing City. In the past, where the king of Qi fought fiercely, troops were raised on the Jinshan River. Who says you can't take advantage of the wind? Xiansha Mountain has already climbed up first. See the clouds and trees at the head of the river in Zhongshan. Pay homage to Shaoling Mausoleum by the Jade Belt Bridge. Looking south of the Yangtze River. When Yuan Rong led the army to conquer Yangzhou, the palace was still in the Han Dynasty and Autumn period. Only the prisoners often looked north, and for 10 years it was empty in Hainan. A gift to northern guests. From time to time, I suddenly realize that I have special powers. Fly high and rely on the Dapeng. In the past, the cloud platform was full of energy, so you should also hold up your palms and laugh at Yanling. Yanji Military Mansion. I have been a guest for several years, standing in front of the wind and rain. The lights are shining all over the trees, and the songs are blowing down the mountain springs. Sitting in shock and eloquent. It's been a long time since I held the cup. I heard Jiang Chujie slightly, and looked at Fei Qian drunkenly. I heard. When I hear that there is an envoy from Qionglu, I should come to inquire about him. His clothes will change every day, and his name will be new every day. Although the soldiers were hostile to Chu, Wang Lin still went to Chen. I didn't know that I was on the high mountain. Who is Shizhong? The meeting in the north made an appointment with the guest to go south dash. Fengshen still advises on strategies, and discusses peace and marriage every year. The clothes are still old, but the jade and silk are new in the end. The guests at the flying altar are the haggard people in the valley. May the fake Nan Hongyu live up to his reputation. Looking south. Sitting on a deserted island in silence, I look at the bucket. There are hundreds of people in Guangdong, and the Dharma has 3 seedlings. Standing on the golden platform in vain, when will the jade candle be adjusted? Yu opened the Holy Lord and met with Yun Shao. Northern horse. Thousands of horses from the north arrived, but Ziqiu remained silent. The Jin army is not out now, and the Han dynasty has no precedent in ancient times. I heard that there is a contract between Sui and Sui. When will the base be tied? The red flag airs on its own, and no drama is allowed in Longquan. That's right. Li Muzhen, a flying general, still heard of guarding the Zhao border. This fashion is clumsy, but defeating the enemy is called virtuous. Why do you think that when 3 times arrive, you should think about entering the abyss? Chi Sun becomes a rabbit, and he sleeps high when he is a guest. Frequently heard. I often hear that jade tents have been moved, but I don't know who will move them. It's not easy for the master of the palace. The residents are forced to stay or leave. The people of Qin were really weak to Wei, but my father also prospered Zhou. Those who are homeless and have no one to rely on can travel far away from here. Send a boat. Even though we have been moored for many days, our safety is determined by one boat. How can we follow the fallen leaves and chase the light gulls alone? The red carp calls out that it is difficult to reach Luoyang, and it is impossible to swim in Luoyang. There are anecdotes from ancient times, and Su Fu has a mound left behind. Sad for southern Fujian. The feathers of the world are gone, and the tears here are new. although Xinjiang is still summer, the clothes and hats are not as good as those of Qin. There is no suitable master in coming and going, and hating the queen is always unkind to the people. This is the case with the orphans, who can say that God is benevolent. Interview with Mr. Wang Kuyang. Ask me what will happen to me. It's been a long time since we've been together. The sand is deep and you need to drag your leather. The wind is strong and you need to wear clothes. There are no words to say when you sit down, just look at the smoke and go home. It seems that the spring path is beautiful, but the grass is everywhere along the way. If you give it to Zheng, it will be past. Once I left China and Taiwan, I lived abroad for many more years. The disease must be caused by Uncle Mei. The family is as poor as Shiyun. The old country is dark and dusty, but the relics are full of new energy. Even though they are on different islands, they are all acting as officials. Send Xuesong to settle in Taiwan. The long sun is scorching, the blue waves are clearing, and the clouds are chasing the light sails. They are heading eastward since the cold weather. There is no rush to end the journey. A solitary crane sings all over Jiugao, and the barking of the cranes and beasts is just a labor of love. The long child sings without words, and chants Chu Ping Saw when traveling far away. I heard that Su Fu had a mound, regardless of Changzhou or Yuzhou. The native tenants and fishermen wear beautiful clothes, and the guests' clothes and hats face the seagulls. I live in the same place as you and have sympathy for each other for a long time, and I don't dare to go forward like Coucher Roluo. Don't blame me for shutting up now and living in the suburbs for 8 years as a cicada. Presented to Chen Fufu. If you have great talent, it is Shirui. The big incense sticks in the Mingtang, and it is quiet and proud without being famous or singing. Sometimes the requisition is appropriate, and the position can be seen between several seats. There are no words to describe the various feathers, and the Han dynasty spreads its wings in the cool autumn sky. Travelers have been neighbors along the river for a long time. Although Fengshen is sad and in love with himself. Who said that it is difficult to lose one's heart when you are young? We have already had a deep friendship with each other in carriages and hats. The flowing water is light and the mountains are high, but the drums are heavy and the boya harp is heavy. Pregnant with Zhang Xuanqi. There were not many celebrities on the island, so don't be surprised that there are even fewer celebrities here. I have thrown myself into the forest to plant weeds and lychees, and now you have entered the sea to plant your flowers. In the deep autumn, there are thousands of waves in the deep gully, and the west wind blows away a piece of paper. When will the ordinary boats be settled, and the exchanges of poems be sparse? Mr. Shou Zigong. I have been doing nothing for hundreds of years. Tunan Wuji's wings are still hanging down. There is no need to take off his clothes to seek elixirs, and he can watch the waves again and have a white mustache. In the past, Kuelong returned to history, and the pines and cypresses in the frost were at loggerheads. Isn't Chen Chou an idiot? Why don't Gung and Deng laugh at me? Mr. Wang only went to a small studio on the sand to plan for the future. After taking the baggage into the fishing boat, he went to the mountain house to sort out the old rugs. The meal was still in full swing, and the women on both sides continued to talk. Then he resigned from Zhu's residence and moved to another house, and even took a boat thousands of miles away. Even more distant than Wuling, how old are we when we hear about chickens and dogs? Collect Li Zhengqingzhai. The emperor ordered the guests to go to Shaki and stay in the small pavilion for several days, hoping to go west. A friend brings his harp to search for an ancient cave, a mountain boy digs a ladder with a hammer, a stone statue still falls when he is resting in the wind. When you have the moon, you will not be confused even if you wear your lapel and clogs. We are having fun going back and forth hand in hand, and we are still reporting steamed quinoa while we are sitting. Haizhu. Why go to the sea to find 3 mountains? To nourish one's nature is always like a bay of water. The flying phoenix can be seen in the morning and evening, and the palaces of gold and silver are always there. I have been staying in Shufu for a long time, and I will temporarily say that Lu Ao Zhenyu will return. I don't know what the traveler is thinking today. Sleeping clouds are lying on the stone, and my temples will be stained. Eastbound blocking wind. I plan to send my faded temples to eastern Mongolia, but the east wind cannot come from the east every month. How can I be a frequent guest with my life experience? It's hard to stop the swaying and the book is empty. The woman who carries her children and her oxen should follow the old man with a soap hat in farming. After a while, after the waves calmed down and the young month passed, a bucket of water was released into the blue stream. Shuhuai. The clothes that I wore in the past are now a dime, and I have lived on the island for a century and my clothes are still in rags. Even if you move thousands of miles away from home, how can you grow rice without water? The geography was not painted by Xinyu, but the medical books should be simplified by Hua Tuanong. Since then, I have been traveling around the world for more than 1 year. Is it Lu Lang or Wan Lang? I will plow the east, and I will express my gratitude to Wei Dou and Wazi. There is something to be said for being sad. What can I say when I hoe the East China Sea? When I look back on my close friendship, there are always tears. In the past years, when the British and Chinese jointly held a joint meeting, the names of the 2 gentlemen were flying. Who is the beggar Wang Linshou? Since ancient times, it has been difficult to recruit the soul of a subdued child. Independence, confusion and infinite hatred. Xiuyun returned and covered Chaimen. Accompanying Ning Jingji Wang Gui Liang Zhai Dash. In the evening, the king and grandson passed by in a car, and they wore yellow shirts and drank wine together. They went fishing for new fish to satisfy their appetites, and they held a small studio with candles lit for deep discussion. What does Long Wuyun and the rain god rely on? When the sword falls into the abyss, the energy will exist. There is no need to feel overwhelmed after drinking, and you should treasure it in the Central Plains. Huai Chang Shuesong. People are migrating to the overseas seas, and their families are scattered and living alone in foreign lands. Businessmen come one after another with evil intentions, and the small buildings sit in the old Huachi. In the past, I said that your heart was brave, and the eagles drove the birds to attack and refused to give in. If you were too clear and turbid to protect your body, you would forgive your death and let your wings fly. Fishing song, Mr. Shou Wang. Mr. Wang bought a boat and fished in Kangbo. The underwater corals gradually grew. The snow on the top of the mountain is always as white as teeth. Fishing year after year, isolated from the dust, my heart feels happy. Occasionally I catch the Fengshi Huang, and then I catch the Lingyang carp. Let the fish go back to raise their horns, and wait for me to join the river and call the sky. I will greet you in the future after my success, and I will guide you across 3 mountains and thousands of miles. Ho vegetables! What's the point of living on this island for a long time? The evil stream is so evil and stupid that half an acre of rice field cannot be cured. If you plant 300 vegetables in the border, it will feel wet in the morning and evening because of the orange trees. It rained heavily last night, and the stems were peeling off the leaves. Cooking vegetables, drinking wine, chatting and masturbating, my friends in the West can also call. I have only been in the mud for 10 years now, and the road to the south and the sky is open, and I want to go to the mountains and rivers. Dongming chant. It has been Feipeng's 18 years since he wandered to Zhenzi Island. Who in Hangu has the historical spirit? The Han family sighs for nothing. The clothes of the native people are just as they were in ancient times, and the deserted islands and rivers are another day. He carries a hoe and a hat to protect Yufan. The vegetation is left to its own devices for the rest of its life. Drinking with you and having fun. I asked Yu Dongxiang why he drank and drank with the princes many times. I promised you that I would be empty in the past, but who knows where I am now? It is difficult to dream of driving sheep as you age, and you often find lice in your clothes when they are in tatters. The soil paste should appear early next year, so that it can help Tao Liang help the plow together. Peach blossom. The spring beauty of the mountains and seas is waiting to come, and the blossoms are still as open as a human face. I have avoided Qinzhen for thousands of years. Why do you need to return to Wuling? Spring willow. I sing leisurely by the lakeside and enjoy the spring glow. There are no threads flying, but the true land of southern Fujian should not be broken to send people home. Haizhu. The 3 mountains are misty and the water is splashing, and the sun, moon, and clothes are another day. If Lu Ao didn't support him, he would have been living in the West for many years. Spring hope. Spring is gone and never comes back again. Every day I climb the mountain and look at Zhugai. The tigers on the shore, the water, and the dragons are all lonely. When will Gao Huang's bow and sword return? Huaizhang Dongsheng. The melancholy clouds are faint and the water is bright, and I plan to set sail to the east of the sea. The dream of hometown is blurred and the spring trees are gone. When will we meet again at the end of the world? Chen Fufu joined the army during his 9th year of life. The world is tough, and management depends on the best materials. Be careful in planning and make great efforts to bring success back. When you sit down, the fragrance fills you, and you are reminded of your loved ones by the bright moon. Your laughter and words make you sleep well. Beizhu chases and accompanies her many times. Su Ru has been depressed for a long time, and Yuanlong feels refreshed. Even though the journey is rough, she feels the wind and thunder with great righteousness. There are frequent visits to the West Garden and no summer disasters in the Yujiang River. I am glad to meet the Yaohai envoy, and new things are coming from the sun. It's the time of Longshan meeting. It also has a horse stage. It can make Antarctica grow old and have yellow hair leaning on Zhou Mei. To save Zhang Gongfu. The high autumn wind and rain fell on the deserted city, and I heard that the pillars of heaven were falling in the distance. Reporting to the Han dynasty failed to invite Payan, because Hu Kong had his own long tassel. The 7th year of the festival is in the sky. The heroic souls of thousands of years are waiting for the sea to level. Hearing the truth and closing the door, everyone was martyred, just like returning to Pengying. There is a puff of smoke on the North Beach. Why do you want to be more beautiful in the past few years? There is nothing wrong with being named Songhuang Pavilion. How can I be at peace with my heart in Qinyun? The emperor's son opened a new domineering palace, and all the princes were good at returning to the throne. There is no need to ask Jun Ping for divination. If you want to go, you should lament that the road is difficult. In the past, I threw my pole to avoid the ground, and Yuan Gongshu Qi arrived at Jintai. The poem about living in the suburbs is shown first. I often accompany you on gambling and villa tours. Every time he learns new things, he knows how to be elegant, and he often collects ancient things to see the truth. As soon as I left the store, I felt ashamed of my talents even if I wanted to make a move. Lu Ruding. Ruding, whose courtesy name is Xianji and nickname is Muzhou, was born in Jinmen, Tongan, Fujian, Ming Dynasty. During the reign of Longwu in the southern Ming Dynasty, he was ordered to patrol Wen, Chu, Ning, and Tai in Zhejiang. Later, he returned to Minhai and lived in Kinmen together with Wang Zhongxiao, Shen Chenquan, Zheng Ying, Su Jishan, Gu Chaojian, Su Fuyuan, Guizhini, Ji Shugua, and other senior citizens. He named himself Luan. In the 18th year of Yongli's reign, he crossed east to Penghu and passed away. His tomb was inscribed with the title, Mr. Su's Tomb from Yuming. He is the author of Fong Yu Kao, Wuzhou Jia Lai Biography, Luan Collected Works, Poetry Collection, Yijingtang Jibi. There are many kinds of works, such as Records of Living on the Island, and Poems of the Island, most of which have been lost. His Island AI poems have been published separately, 245 in Wen Song. In the middle of summer, Eo went to Qiantang by boat, met Tian Rujuniansheng, and stayed with him for several days. He heard about the changes in the southern capital. Sad but rich. Presented as a farewell. Encountering the Xujiang River is a joyful trip, but it can't be repaid by the raging autumn waves. Year after year the country has been destroyed and history has been humiliated. It is easy to grow old if you are sad today. Half of them supported each other and made mistakes again and again, and the two capitals were separated and wanted to share the same hatred. Dingshu Jiangzhua Iwu came out, and he was the first in ZTE. Second rhyme and Xing'an Wang Shang Wan's poems, 4 poems, dash. Since the establishment of the new pavilion, the business has failed to meet expectations. The news has gradually changed, and the years have passed by. Call me Manyozao. Look at the bear and tiger flag. What is the secret behind the secret life? Regret turns to sadness. It's hard to resist all obstacles. Hidden stones are hidden in the eyes of Song Dynasty people, and the hearts of Qin scholars are in ruins. Storms arise near Pu, and fog and rain gather in the lonely Sens. Why support the morning and evening? Fortune-telling or divination? Although the floating family is a pure land, Quozu is always barren. It is difficult to recognize a leprosy dumb wife, and it is difficult to get close to friends. The begging teacher lost his way, and the horse regretted its predecessor. I was afraid that on the cloud platform, the traces of the ancients were the only ones. The luxuriant spring grass grows. Jian Jian, the king and the sun travel around, looking around. There is no common ground. How can one hide in Chiu? God should not be drunk in the end. How can the world be worthy of us for a long time? I am also a worried person, and I am afraid to express my sorrow when we meet. Shenwu. On the first day of the third lunar month of Xinmao, a barbarian rode on Heshan Mountain. Although he was full, he did not leave. It refers to Zhangqiao Bay. The mountains are unreachable, blurred in the mist. Reinforcements gather one after another, and the divine mist begins to fly back. At that time, all the navy entered Guangdong, and no one fired a single shot. If it were not for the snakes carrying the mist, all the creatures on the island would have turned into bones. Every year, the army and the people have no power, but when in danger, they resort to Shenwu Kung. Andy learns the miraculous arts of Zhang Kai and Pei Yu, and Yen Ran lies high on the island. Presented to Master Dezong. Jianan Bo Chunyu Wangong's younger brother, originally lived in Changlin Temple. Chunyu Wangong is Wanli. His original surname is Zhang and his given name is An. He is from Pingyi Xiaoxi. During the Chongzhen period, the squire was wreaking havoc and the people were suffering. Everyone conspired together, took Thuan as their surname. Tuan was the leader, and led the people to occupy the two capitals. To Yongli 3 years. The surname belongs to the state of Zheng, Yongli feudal envoy. The two heroes of the Jun family are from different walks of life, but they conspire together. With their own methods, they are the best in the world. My heart only chooses Buddha, my body does not envy the title of prince. In the hustle and bustle of the military camp, the long forest has not changed the tranquility. On the 6th day of March in Bingshan, a strong wind overturned the captives. Although there are thousands of soldiers, it is not as good as a moment of wind. If there are many soldiers and poison the people, the years will be endless. If the wind is strong and the enemy is killed, a miraculous achievement will be achieved in an instant. He is cunning and lurking, riding the tide and riding the tide. At night, I started to sing the song of bamboo shoots in the river, heading towards the east of Weitu. I pointed at the 3 islands with a smile, and the clouds were in my eyes. Sudden encounter with Sun's anger, both advance and retreat are in turmoil. Team after team followed each other with boats and boats, interrupting them like flying ponchos. They all wore rhinoceros and silk armor and went to pay a visit to the Jialong Palace. Or to avoid drowning, a boat floats on the sand, a wild beast is injured and enters the threshold, and a bird of prey is trapped and thrown into a cage. I realize that the clean soil does not tolerate fishy and filthy soil. The one who works well is Feng Bo, whose benevolence belongs to the sky. It means that he should respond to God's will, be honest and impartial. If you don't save yourself from the fire, it will be difficult to become a hero if you are angry. Taiwu Mountain, The Rhyme of Carving Stone, by Ding Xiaohe Dash. The wonders of Mingbo Mountain make you want to climb up the mountain. Yuyan used to be the cave of gods, but the island is now Hubao Pass. Across the sea, drums and drones are still competing for days. How long does it take for Wang Yu to be diligent to have free time? The mountain spirit is not tired of being gentle and kind, and should protect the Zhou family's old belongings and return them. I am saddened by autumn thoughts and am eager to climb mountains. I climb steep cliffs one after another. I brushed the osmanthus and read the poems to pity the bitter rhyme. When you meet people, you can talk openly and break the worries. Seeing that the monkeys and cranes are in chaos, I have never had time to know the stone spring. The most gratifying news is that a guest has arrived, and a new letter has returned from Qin dynasty. To rescue Jingdingua, on the day of his death, the horse he was riding first screamed and jumped to death. In the past, I have read more than 10,000 volumes, and I have won many talents. I have been awarded many titles. There was a group of people in the border area called Lilu. When Lao Tzu saw that he had been refined for hundreds of years, he made ice into a boat on the river. Wait until the fog clears the Tian Shan Mountains. The northern capital fell, and then the southern capital fell. There was a fierce battle across the river, and the captives lost their names. I met God on the road in a hurry, and held the red sun in my hand to pay tribute to the capital. The four directions are dedicated to Jingshua, and the Great Wall is built against Gong Gate. Misfortune lingers, loyal plans are broken, and the southeastern half of the wall is thrown lightly. The sky collapsed and the earth fell, and the heart did not change. The righteousness of the uncle and nephew blocked the Minhai. For a while, the loyal and righteous people were stationed in the clouds, and all the camps in the south were connected to central Guangdong. The remaining arms are like those of a mantis. They are also in the same boat, and they are fighting each other. On the right side of the Yangtze River, Dai Beiyuan heard the wind and flew with his swords to shine on his armor. The emperor pays special honors to the emperor, and the rank of Yuntai is suspended. Misfortunes vary widely, and they often come back suddenly. There are also 3 forms and 5 bait strategies, and the cunning slave is too cunning. In the 1st century, there was a dream about the mausoleum, and every time I thought about it, I became angry and sad. It's hard to write about drunkenness and sorrow, but when you sing a long song, you cry and want to shed blood. Yin and Yang take advantage of the 7 emotions to hurt you. The red star shines beneath Yun City. He called, crossed the river 3 times but failed to reach home, so he commanded the troops to go straight to the horse. The horse was kept in love with its master, and knew that the master wanted to go. He arrived at the Huanglong mansion with his father, and his stupid and rebellious soul was gone. You will die before the trouble is over, and your righteousness will be recommended for all calamities. Yunhu, who has been a righteous man of the country for 300 years, witnessed this happening. Who can dishonor the public and dishonor the horse? Who can be dishonored without repaying kindness? Alas! If there is a favor, it is appropriate to repay the festival. I cry in the day and night. Nayang Mountain. You cannot catch the sheep of the sheep mountain, for those who catch them will often be met with the wrath of the gods. I heard that there were divine sheep in ancient times, and their conflict could frighten the evil spirits. Since this mountain and this sheep are called gods, it seems that there is a mistake in the punishment. In August, the water and sky were all green. Our troops were heading north to cross the mountains. We rode the wind and raised our sails as fast as an arrow. The shadows of our sails were 3 sand trees close at hand. Black clouds arose from the northeast, and suddenly the haze turned violent. Wind ran, the waves rolled over the island and disappeared. The dragons and ducks leap in the sky. The big boats are broken into pieces, fighting to be returned to the belly of the fish to make a mound tomb. After 15 years of Shangzhou chaos, the righteous troops gathered in several places. In the southeast, I am the only one with an army, and there are many soldiers and soldiers like rain. Spears, swords and halberds shine in the sun, and all are smelted and forged in Europe. Magical machines and huge cannons are fired at each other, and the sound of thunderbolts fills the fog. The athlete's body is covered with iron, and he does not count the 6 or 7 rhinoceroses. It seems that he can defeat the enemy in this way. People get jealous as soon as possible. 3 old men, Li, said, "This change is expected to happen only once in 100 years. It is mostly due to greed that the soldiers ate the sheep lightly, and even though they were pious to the gods, they vomited the animal coins. Is this true or false? How can one sink 10,000 lives?" If you don't see Wang Hong cutting the water and scolding Zishu, the tide in Qiantang will be as flat as cloth. And if you don't see Chen Mao drawing his sword and shouting at the water house, the dragons and seas will be at a loss. Since ancient times, spiritual ghosts and gods, if you don't believe in Yangshan alone, you won't realize it. Even though my boat is broken, it can be rebuilt, and even though my soldiers are drowned, it can be raised again. Material resources along the coast can be collected at will, and the harvest of mulberries and elm trees can be done at dusk. I vow to be loyal, and march forward without any retreat. Next spring, the south wind will blow. The building boat returns to Yangshan Road. If the god of Yangshan doesn't work, why should you be afraid of evil spirits? It is necessary to slaughter all the sheep in the mountains and feed everyone in the army to their heart's content. Jinling City. Jinling City has experienced several wars since the Qin and Han dynasties. It is difficult to defeat and capture. It is unheard of to say that there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The volunteer brigade in southern Fujian is at its strongest today, and has been destroying the undefended camp for many years. 30,000 Pishio extinct the Sea of Whales, leaving no trace behind the Yi River. Guabu and Danta fight fiercely. The counties south of the Yangtze River were shocked. Dragons and tigers were in the ancient city, waiting to open the doors and greet them in the streets. Once the barbarian cavalry gathered together like clouds, the great army of hundreds of battles collapsed on the ground. In Jinling City, the singing has not stopped below the city, and corpses are scattered among the reeds. There is no one to worship the Shaoling Mausoleum so close by. People's opinions vary and gods will changes even more. You cannot know the fault of yourself alone, just like an old scholar who often talks about you. Gengzi Yuanxi. The scene has been bleak in the past years, but today, on the night of Yuan dynasty, the flutes and drums are mute, the lights of the fire and trees fade. There is no cream porridge at the ancestral hall, and no wine for the banquet guests. Drought and famine have persisted for a long time, and the neighbors are not rich in crops. In addition, to help the army prosper, there is no equal difference in the harvest. Those who are strong and young will be asked to pay a high price for the recruitment. Every family will cut off their meat and offer it, so this is the time to stop. The warriors are fiercer than tigers, and they can dominate freely and freely. They seize the thoroughfares during the day, and plunder the houses at night. 9 out of 10 rooms cry out for hunger, and ask who can borrow the bowl of lanterns. It was reported again that tens of thousands of Manchu captives were heading south. The ferocious beasts like to eat fishy food, and each of them had his own skill in riding and shooting. The boat is not as long as the other, and I am convinced by the water battle. If Yunhu seeks to go here, a group of tax drivers will come from the sea. I feel sorry for the people on my island, they are like beasts wandering in the desert. I am ignorant when I turn over the grass. How can I fear that the insects will turn into sand? God is so ruthless, how can I be unsurprised when I look at it? There is a magical secret in protecting, you have to watch it. On the 10th day of the 5th lunar month, Gingzi broke into captivity. A cunning prisoner is not cunning, and his own knowledge is not true. He abandons the land and goes to the sea, trusting me and betraying others. The traitor is on the sidelines and wants to move forward but hesitates to patrol. He will be dragged into the river by mistake. Giant scales full of flesh and blood. Those who were captured had their hands and feet cut off, or their noses and lips gouged out. Even as he crawled back, the chief gradually became angry. And when I congratulate you on victory, I should also investigate the reasons for it. At that time, there was an army on the water. The boat glue is weak. The enemy comes unexpectedly, and the arrows gather like flying dust. There is nothing to be done in battle, and empty talk does not care about one's own safety. At that time, the southeast wind brought fluffy green duckweeds. It drove the tide to Shanghai Gate, and it seemed to have a spirit in its attack. Then the rabbits and moose were frightened. A drum enters the hoof pit. It's a matter of God's will, not human effort. I am stupid and would like to discuss it with a wise person. It is like an enemy coming every time. This order should be repeated 5 times. Relocation of coastal residents. When the weather turns cold and the sun turns west, men and women support each other. Will it be comfortable to go? Cover your face and cry next to you. Hu Chi's troops were driven strictly, and the weather was extremely difficult to control. They were bound to be close to the sea, where the grass was thick and luxuriant. The rich suddenly become poor. Who cares about the poor? If you want to farm and fish, there will be no abyss. If you want to fish, there will be no vast borders. When the hinterland is full of people, women and girls should go to the river. When people gather together, it is easy to cause chaos, and the rice fields are crowded by hunger. When I heard that a long moat was going to be dug, a garrison line with drums and harpoons was set up. Guarding the sea was like guarding the border, and the toil was even as old as an old man. If you lose your joy and gain your heart, who can break the bank? The luck of the captives should be declining, and the planning will be dizzy. Heroes are good at doing things, and this is the right time. Wu Zhenfu suddenly had enlightenment and wished him to become a monk. He sang a song as a gift. We have been with each other for many years on the island, working hard to fight for the number of stems. After all, as long as you have hair, you have a heart. Who knows that the hair will grow and the heart will become slippery? Everyone gathers mugwort and ferns, and every barbarian gathers weeping ferns. There are 2 days of praise in the beautiful curling team, and there are 3 caves in the city with a high bun. The heart is not as good as the hair but as good as the face. I saw that they were in the same boat and were divided into Hu and Yu. The sheep died because they were forced to study, and their graves were decorated with great Confucian poems. Fahu, Fahu. The merits and demerits of Jing'er will not be concealed, and the deeds of your deeds will not be ignored. How can you know if you commit deeds for deeds or deeds for deeds? People who wear hair are from the falcon. I love Wu Qing, who lives on the shore of Gaojiangyi, where Shirku was in troubled times. I suddenly realized that my body was like an illusory bubble, and I cut off my beard and temples in search of rest. He violently broke away from the living turtle tube, and his wise eyes broke through the dry excrement. Grievances, merits, and crimes are irrelevant. There's something weird going on. From now on, we are called Ziming monk, the name given by King Lu to Ziming. Self-awareness of ignorance, don't be in a trance. If the ropes are completely untied, you will definitely have a headache and caress your parietal bones. Dongdu goes, in order. There's something weird going on. From now on, we are called Ziming monk, the name given by King Lu to Ziming. Self-awareness of ignorance, don't be in a trance. If the ropes are completely untied, you will definitely have a headache and caress your parietal bones. Dongdu goes, in order. There is an island to the east of Penghu. The previous generation did not have access to China, but now it is called Dongfan. The land was known as Taiwan, and the Red Barbarians built forts and traded goods for 40 years. Recently, the party led its troops to occupy the entire island and discussed the reclamation and establishment of a country, which was first named Dongdu Mingjing. There is a huge island in the east of the sea, which the Chinese have never disputed. It faces Hui and Chaojing in the south, and Wenmeching in the north. A large number of Red Barbarians came to build several pheasant cities. There were a few Chinese people who traded markets with each other. After more than 10 years of rebellion, things changed in the Central Plains. Heroes planned quick results, and supported the crowd to enter Kanjiang. This was unprecedented, and the name Eastern Capital was marked. Or they come from Dongdu, and they are ready to tell their feelings about Dongdu. The strict supervision of lawsuits makes people cultivate and cultivate. Heroes planned quick results, and supported the crowd to enter Kanjiang. This was unprecedented, and the name Eastern Capital was marked. Or they come from Dongdu, and they are ready to tell their feelings about Dongdu. The strict supervision of lawsuits makes people cultivate and cultivate. The soil is not too plump and the areas are not uneven. Shrubs obscure people's vision, and creepers walk along. Snakes and apis hang from the trees, civets live in the holes of grass roots, poisonous insects sleep in the same place, and miasma springs are used for cooking. The sick people are 14 or 5 years old, and there is a loud moaning sound. Everyone is suffering from hunger and thirst. Who can hold up a shovel? Since summer and autumn, the land has not yet been cultivated. The Red Barbarians fought timidly and relied solely on their firearms. When a cannon was fired in the city, there were hundreds of corpses under the city. In the depths of Linqing, the barbarians are even more ferocious. Every time someone hits a target, bamboo arrows and iron darts are thrown together. When I was in the Promised Land, I received a bow and became a gangster. Now the blood is spattered in the battle, and the empty mountain is full of phosphorus and fire. Lao Chi from Wudao, I feel very worried when I hear this. Everywhere is lucky to be killed. When will we see the end of the army? Although God's will is unpredictable, people's plans are self-defeating. If you can try to recover, why do you have to go on an expedition? Taiwan as a gift. Thousands of miles away from Taiwan, things are happening. The material resources are abundant for farming and fishing, and the army is powerful and diligent in fighting. When the water is low, the sun is often seen, and when the distance is far away, there is no cloud. Refers to gu waihi. Return to hear the news. The host Dai, who was in Taiwan at the time. I have been pitiful for my son for many years, and have traveled far and wide. I have made friends with many knights, and I have always hated Tobo Chen. Return to hear the news. The host Dai, who was in Taiwan at the time. I have been pitiful for my son for many years, and have traveled far and wide. I have made friends with many knights, and I have always hated Tobo Chen. I am tired of the human drama, but the will of God is new. There is an old promise from the army, don't wait for the fish book frequency. The second rhyme is written by Zhang Xian, named Huangyan, Meeting Zhongxing's new achievements will make him an extraordinary person for the emperor. If he doesn't teach Hu Lu and the sky to carry him, he will be ineffective and the prisoner of Chu will burst into tears. The world-famous spirit is worthy of Haiwa, and the status of a hero is worthy of the stars. Lu Ho should regret his youthful deeds, and the strong men will attack Qin. I pay my respects to the stone carving of Haning Yunzhen written by King Lu. The cliff is newly inscribed with a meteorological statue, and a dragon leaps to the sky gate. The Milky Way is full of shadows, and the jade leaves have their own roots. Jia Fushuan is an old man from the same mountain, and he is happy with Mo Xiangsuan. After Xian Jiding returned to the east, Gontang of the southern kingdom made the same comment. Avoid the atmosphere in Nanao, there is a tiger in the city. If you don't believe that there are tigers in the city, you will eventually find it difficult to defeat 3 people, but now there are tigers in the city. Every family is frowning. Yesterday, when I passed through Nanyuan, the tiger tracks were as fresh as new. When night came, everyone rejected the tigers, and the noise of the tigers shocked the neighbors to the east. The island is cut off on all 4 sides and stands alone on the shore of Tianqi. Where can the tiger cross? Kuang is Yuqingjun. The reason is so hard to think about. It is unkind to argue. The traders seduced the barbarians, the snakes and hogs were full of vigor, the ferocious beasts went wild again, and there should be gods to assist in the abuse. You do said otherwise, things are strange and have no cause. There are many people in the same boat, but there is fat and barren land between you and Qin, so the bears stop traveling. The defeated man is patrolling. The combination of good temperament causes differences, and you are afraid and embarrassed. If you don't stop, you will drown your child, and you will be bitter. In the 10th month of Guimao, I captured Jia and Wu Islands. On the 18th, I arrived in Nanao with my family and stayed in the city. 12th day. Write this poem. It has been gradually heard that the Guard General Du Hui is plotting a rebellion, but there is no trace of it. On November 15th, I suddenly met a captive who sent an official to the city. I realized that what had happened was done, and I urgently took my family and boarded the boat. Du sent troops to block the way and was not allowed to leave the city. I hold on to my righteousness and fight with it with all my strength. I learn more about it and understand it in the middle of the night. The next day, all those who took refuge in the city or on boats were captured and sacrificed. Volume 2. Volume 2 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Check carefully. Wang Jishui. Xia Jifang. Wu Tinghua. Qian Qi. Qian Daxin. Yao Nai. Check carefully. Xinxing, also known as Huiyu and nicknamed Shubai, was from Haining, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. During the Kangxi period, it was edited by officials. There is Jingye Tang poetry collection. In the same year, Wenzifu Monfu Mountain was restored to Taiwan counties. Qi poem congratulates 50 rhymes from afar. On the Oua ladder route, the ministers led the alliance. In 10 years, the palace was opened, and thousands of miles were sent to the Great Wall. The earth is heavy and far away, the sky is high and the clouds are clear, the whale salamander is safe and sound, and the crocodile is calm and calm. Close to Taiwan County. Still named along the coast. It was originally a cave in the Netherlands, but was later annexed by Japan. It was connected to China in ancient times, but now it is only listed in the outer world. Zhang and Quanzi were defended, Luo and Fengtu were cultivated, Mu tax was paid to various communes, and stamps were updated 10 times. It is convenient for officials to move from one position to another. Businessmen regard the comings and goings lightly. Defending one's territory does not rely on risk, and the restless family is accustomed to chasing winds. The prosperous dynasty is far away, and the little shyness is suddenly cute. Listening to the evil atmosphere, I know that the feathers are flying. At the beginning, the alarm was reported, and the situation was ferocious. The treasury was robbed and the bureau was burned. The flag was lifted and the camp was cut. It's easy to unite when the crowd shouts, but it's hard to win over a tiger. When you push a red tiger, it's poisonous, and when you hide a traitor, it's boiling soup. Although cunning is like a rat stealing, greedy is like a wolf fighting with others. Now that the matter has been dealt with, how can one dare to contend with it? Most of them are busy. It's no different than gathering in a mountain shed. Fortunately, it can be whipped, and it is better to tolerate ringworm. Withdraw the beacon night to pay homage to Shu, and spread the arrows at dawn to raise troops. When the master is killed, he will go on an expedition. Shaman will pass on the jade account, and Langdao will receive the golden sword. The wind and rain come quickly. The clouds are full of thunder. The elders who plan for you are old and strong, and the father-in-law is disciplined. It is appropriate to use both support and suppression, and kindness and power go hand in hand. When the insect responds to Zhou the Sunday must be warned before the gung. When the phoenix is sold, the steam is burned, and the sound of hejua is spread. Xiongji is used as an arm finger. Sincerity in gold and stone. He sent his generals to divide the bamboos, and hid in the trees to cross the poppies. They climbed the cliffs and held red flags, reflecting the green flags in the water. Yu Yong collects the ship, but the first one is pecked and criticized. Unexpectedly, the white soul of Guan Guan is eliminated, so it is easy to avoid being cooked. Bind the parallel head to. 1 foot of Jiwu is a light step up and down. Begging for surrender is very bleak, and I am trapped and lost a few times. Immediately you see corpses filling the gully. You don't need to look at the construction of the capital. You smash the nest and wash away the fishy smell, and the sun shines brightly. Children should avoid Fengdi. The fathers and elders of Hujiang welcome him. Do not screen out the officials who have done meritorious deeds, and recruit the gangsters who will restore the territory. In June, the army ordered, and in the third autumn, the bandit base was leveled. After 10 days, the zodiac was eliminated, and the day was over, and the talented gun was swept away. The teacher values spirit and speed, and the success is achieved only by cutting off. From the east, it spreads to Shengzi. Nangu comforted the emperor's affection. He passed the imperial edict to Fan Shi, and he was honored with special favors and appointments. Mo Sheng was in charge of matters. Hua Gun stayed with Qing again. He sat in charge of the Zhongtai festival, returned to Tong and went to Xiangying. The stars were arranged in Yuntai, and the Lin Pavilion drew pictures. The public cultivates literary virtues by himself. Everyone congratulates Wu Ying. Whoever uses Yinshu's pen will be inscribed with a bell on the tripod. Wang Jishui. Jishin, courtesy name Zhuiyun and nickname Tiansuan, was born in Shushui, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. In the 4th year of Yongjing's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. Arriving in Taiyang, I was ordered to go on an expedition with Lai Hangfu. If you don't have much to do, you will have a light bag. If you ride on the wind, you will pursue your ancestors. If you strike, you will have no trouble and you will envy your ancestors. Thousands of miles of Tianhua pass through the tribute road, and the city is dedicated to the Nine Angels Festival. There are also postage stamps in Shui Cheng, which have been updated for 11 times in Chongying. Xia Jifang. Jifang. The courtesy name is Junzwang and the nickname is Liyuan. He was born in Gaoyu, Jiangnan, Qing dynasty. In the 6th year of Yongjing's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. He wrote Taiwan miscellaneous odes and 100 rhymes, but the complete version is not available. Lu Ji, 74 in Wen Song, contains 38 of his Taiwan tour poems. There are few records recorded by Yu Ji, and none of them fall outside the scope of Lu Ji, which seems to be part of it. The collection of Huaihai heroes, compiled by Wan Yun, contains 22 poems, 4 of which are the same as Fan Ji and Taiwan tour poems. Wan Ji has annotated both. Especially valuable. Taiwanese miscellaneous chant and 100 rhymes, recorded 22 poems. The red-haired pheasants are half ruined, the 2 columns are blurred by the sea air, and they all refer to the old ruins of Helan, and there are night-crying apes in the empty garrison. The Hongmao Tower in the county and the Hongmao City in Anping Town face each other on the sea and were built by Helan. In the depth of winter, only spring clothes are revealed at dawn, and the taro and sugarcane villages are still covered with dew. Green forests and green fields are everywhere, and the scenery of Haidong is completely different. Jiaogupan and now who is asking for a tassel, he has achieved Xiangzhuang, and the order is strict. He laughs at him for pretending to be Renwu, and secretly learns military tactics from Huang Qi. Shi Gonglang was posthumously named Xiang's Wanghu for his meritorious service in establishing the platform. Lu Guoxian stationed troops in the north of the city, named Renwu Town. The flat path leads to Dolio Gate, where mountain oxen touch the desolate village from afar. The terrain is dangerous and requires heavy obstacles, and soldiers can garrison at the edge of Teka Lao. There are cows touching the mountains. In front of the post, the red gauze is tied up with 2 poles, and the gondolas are lined up in the distance to watch. The dancing children are decorated with strange things, and the feathers are crowned where the copper bells are ringing. Colorful bamboo poles ring gold to welcome. The bamboo strips are fastened tightly to avoid fat, and the holes are frequently used to reduce the old girth. I love your thin waist and the phoenix divination, and dreams fly together in the palace of the king of Chu. Go by convenience. Only then can you get a wife, since holding hands means getting rid of it. Put the document in your arm and let it go. Flying Mata is a good man. The double hanging Sachai echoes, winning the barbarian girls competition. The unmarried Mata specializes in delivering official documents. There are many copper bracelets on the wrist. The 2 iron rolls are copied in the shape of small lotus leaves and are called sa chowi. When walking fast, they are tied to the back of the wrist, and the sound of the collision with the copper hairpin is far away, and the fangirl is happy to hear it. Xiaofan Do moves swiftly like the wind and conquers thousands of bamboos in the paddock. When the bronze bell rings urgently, it is suspected that the horses in the formation will be the first to compete for the red prize. Xiaofan is known for his good walking. Because he tied a red cloth on a pole, dozens of people raced to win it from 7 or 8 miles away, which was called winning the bid. Cunning boys, teaching book to Konkan. The goose tube horizontally traces the scroll seal script. Yen talks about the old red-haired calligraphy, so as to record the various fan books. Some Fantong people who are accustomed to red-haired calligraphy use the goose tube dipped in ink to write horizontally, from left to right, which is called teaching book, every club's entry and exit records. All passed through his hands. The old fan worships and dances and pirouettes, but the life drama of Shiko is pitiful. Sighing about the hardships caused by poverty and famine, Ding Corvée and Tian Fu talked about the past. The old man was probably 70 or 80 years old and could talk about the fake Zheng, current affairs, and every time he sighed at the harshness of Zheng's government. I was tossing the golden shuttle lightly and smelling it late at night. I saw a pomelo split in the hollow of a single tree. I wove the heavenly clothes without any seams. The 5-color dago pattern was cut out of the hair. Machine, the knitting wool is 5 colors, called dago pattern. At the end of the autumn, officials are busy urging people to pay their salaries, and every drop is lost. The most pitiful customs have to be retranslated, and the rivers and valleys are full of social merchants. Also, Fan Yin is hard to understand, and he must rely on Tongsher to take care of it. Therefore, although social businessmen are reformed, it is difficult to eliminate the falsehood of Tongsher. When you are an official, you have to eat and sleep in the dew. You can eat a rice pill every 10 days. How many wealthy people are well fed? It is said that the nature is resistant to hunger and cold. When you are on an errand, just put a piece of cooked rice together with your hands and tie it around your waist to calm the day and cure hunger. In fact, Fan also laments hunger and suffering, which is pitiful. It is not because he has exhausted his nature. According to the customs of Bei Fan, it is half rumored that the bamboo cut leads to Belize in the distance. The lake beside Ganduman is vast and fertile, separated by thousands of miles of smoke and clouds. Zhuqian and Belize are both community names. Ganduman is the main road leading to Chicken Coop and Danshui, and is close to the boundary of Inner Mountain. It is said that there is a large lake in it. A blessed place. The various Fan Chi in the inner society are untamed, like demons and ghosts, and they are called gods alone. The chickens are flying away from each other, and the leaping monkeys are next to each other. Walking through trees like flying. If you walk on flat ground, you will be far inferior to people. There are tens of thousands of people gathered in the barren ridges, and they all rush to occupy the idle fields. It can be seen that the geographical advantages do not need to be exhausted, and the gathering should last for hundreds of years. Above half the line, there are many barren ponds. At that time, it was discussed that people would be recruited to cultivate the land. Observe the situation carefully. It is better to let the indigenous people gradually open up the land, and it is not suitable to call for cultivation all at once until the land is used up and the refugees gather. Jintang is always solid with the help of powerful troops, and the fresh water camp is divided into the far north. The sulfur gas gradually disappears and the fields gradually open up. Materials should be added to build a seaside city. The land is extremely vast to the north and south of Tamsui. Additional counties and cities can still be built. The Fujian people are lazy and the Cantonese people are industrious, and they cultivate and divide the fields inside and outside the country. They do not want to have too many guests to occupy the country. They once wiped out Zhu Zu's former army. Taiwan is both Fujian and. The mistake of the Cantonese people is that the Cantonese people in Zhuangtian refer to it as Kezi village or Nizhuang. It has a different flavor from the Fujian people. Xian Chao's changes are incompatible. Zhu Yigui's original name was Zhu Zu, and his former army was overthrown by the Cantonese. The second forest meanders next to the third forest. The fresh water is thick and alkaline, and the water is deep. As far as the eye can see, the waves are floating on the sea, and one punch makes you want to laugh. A gully. It's just a speck of dust in the ocean. The path to Guani Mountain is surrounded by several bays, and is adjacent to the Hubao Pass at Luohan Gate. He smiled and pointed out that he used to guard the garrison in vain, but he knew that there were Wuman in the deep valley. Luohan Gate is the main road of Tai, Feng, and Zhu Sanyi, and is close to the address of Xingfan. In the past, Zhu thieves gathered here and the people of the city were dishonest. The blood is still raw when cutting millet, and he is busy carving out the muscles and bones to make a human shape. He is betting on the number of people all over his body, and only then can he believe who is the one on the spot. If you want to kill a ban, you should stab him below the waist and both feet. If you kill a Han, you should stab him above the waist and both hands. Those with more human forms are regarded as male, and no one in the same society dares to resist. In order to pity the dull and boring people, food and goods are sold in the shops. The most unusual is the scoundrel who moves the general to commit treason. There is no salt or cloth in Xingfan society, and they trade with Shufan and Han people every time. For a long time, there are local tyrants who cleverly extract huge profits to strip Fan, which is called Fan Cut. Because of this, he was seduced into committing adultery. Xingfan repeatedly caused harm to the people. Wu Tinghua. Tinghua, whose courtesy name was Zhonglin and whose name was Dongbi, was from Qiantang, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. During the third year of Yongjing's reign, he served as the magistrate of Fujian's coastal defense. Later, I was asked to inspect the warehouse in Taiwan, and cooperated with Zhuluo County to suppress civilian rebellion. He has written Crossing Taiwan and Miscellaneous Poems of Shiliao, and 20 of the latter titles can be found in Sui Ting Ji, Wen Song No. 172. Crossing Taiwan. When you ask about the road to Taiwan, the vast land seems to float. 10 watches are about 1,000 miles, a sea boat is measured in miles, and a watch is about more than 70 miles, and bayou is only a solitary boat. Keep an eye on Kinmen Island and rush across the Heishui Ditch. According to legend, the old territory was named Shaoliuqiu in the Sui dynasty. Going to sea knows the way forward, and the guide still leads east. If you really ride a wave of thousands of miles, you are afraid of taking advantage of the wind. Birds are invisible, fish and dragons have their own palaces. Come to sing the Qing banquet every year, fly across to see the magic power. Miscellaneous poems of Shiliao, 5 out of 20. 100,000 official grains and 300 grains. Be careful to guard against encroachment and waste. If the islanders were assigned to the post of Situ, they would be assigned as Tsang people and Lin people. Most of the warehouse grain in Fengyi was deposited in the cooperative, and Fan would defend it. Lin Lu builds floating fields with bamboos, plowing rain and hoeing clouds. Everything is easy. If the vast hectares of Tsangming are moved, mirages hide all the agricultural years. On the floating islands with sand and water, there are bamboos planted on the water and covered with soil, which are called floating fields. The harvest is not more than an acre. Why did Qin Zhen come to ask the court? The melons and vines in the boudoir were too long. All the aunts, uncles, and family members were gathered together, but no men were seen walking around and no women were seen walking around. The men will have children, but the women will stay in the house. Therefore, the men will be separated and the women will be together. A fist of floating islets is green, and the mainstay is 20 miles long. Add a jade tower and a jade house, and Penglai ends in the middle of the water. Water, sand, and floating islands are in the water, in the lake. A solitary peak is surrounded by streams on all sides, and people gather at its foot. It is almost a strange place. The sound of the army was as fast as thunder everywhere, and once the heavy stone gorge was opened, the cavalry crossed the Sangang Road, and the general came from the sky. The stone gorge has 2 mountains standing on the wall. The Zhongheng Trail leads to south and north ports. There are dense trees on the top of the mountain. Ami placed huge rocks on the top of the trees, and planted bamboo arrows densely in the path. Weibin Sima and connected with the leader of the Beishi society, Huslai, and made the passage to reach Nangang. Qian Qi. Qi. His courtesy name is Yusha, and he is a native of Renhe, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. In the 16th year of Qianlong's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. Author of Sheng Bizhai Poetry Notes. After listening to the local chronicles of Taiwan, there are indeed things left behind. The song after crossing the sea. Bay of Islands, Bay 36. The solitary canopy stayed in the bay at night. The drum was still in the remaining vat, and it took advantage of the cold wave to go out to the cape. There is a road on the promontory but only a blue sky, and the water on the promontory is like smoke. The sail is slanted high in the belly of the waves, and the stern of the boat is inverted on the top of the distant peak. There are old fish jumping out of the waves. The big ones are 10 feet and the small ones are 7 feet. The fishy wind and strange rain are blowing in the quiet wasteland. The horns and teeth are thick with swords and halberds. For a moment, baleen whales and crocodiles scrambled to escape. The reflection of coral turned over the silver waves. The clouds on the far shore turned green. The tassel is inserted into the foot and the edge is shao-shao. Fishing boats gathered in 2s and 3s. flying over the water to guide the way forward. Envoys from the Han Dynasty rode on the banks of the river in the autumn, and fishermen crossed to Taoyuan in the spring. In thousands of fireworks paintings, the sand reef is heavily locked with iron wires. The fish and the dragon hold the kuan in their arms, and the tiger and the leopard close the deer's ears. At this time, spring is in full bloom, and the green shade on the shore is blowing by the wind. The waves carrying the grace are wider than the sea, and when you look back, you can see how small the sky is. Climbing the Red City in autumn. As soon as the army is gone, the sun and moonlight are gone, and the ground is filled with vicissitudes of life. The spare grass is buried in the deserted battlements, and countless broken swords lie in the sunset. Singing fans and dancing clothes are silent in the spring, and the waves and mountains are vast in the moonlit night. I will never be happy again. Where is the autumn wind, my hometown? Longhu Island. The cool breeze comes from the west, and the tranquility disperses at dawn. I cross the Wanli River towards Longhu Island in the afternoon. The island is as curved as a disc, and the lake is as clear as a marsh. The water vapor suddenly swayed, and the mountain clouds surrounded each other. Then there was a dragon in the lake, with scales and claws appearing in the game. Above it is the Huanyan Pavilion, with its octagonal support for the sky. Overlooking the island and lake, there is a Mijia manuscript. Sitting for a long time without losing weight, the setting sun urges the birds to return. Because I recall my hometown mountain, the lake around me is still green. In 20 years, the cows and horses have gone away, and the lakes and mountains laugh at the old man. But in overseas Qing dynasty, I searched freely for the good times. I gained a lot to make up for the losses. Everything has a long-term destiny, and I will gradually realize the cleverness of nature. Looking ahead is a vast green field, and the end of the world refers to the fragrant grass. Qian Daxin. Daxin, also known as Shaozheng, also known as Xinmei and Zhuting, was born in Jiading, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. Officials at least take care of things. There are works such as collected poems of Qian Katong, inscribed on Li Shihua's admonition, appreciating Fantu, 6 poems, Qi Ju spent his whole life traveling in the wind and riding the waves in a small boat. He never believed in talking about the sky, but he actually reached the first island of Posha. Outside Qingluoyao, on the Fengshan mountainside, various rewards have been handed down for a long time. Mata Siam Lang Xianfu came out. For a while, Luo Bai was in front of the embroidered clothes. At the beginning of the morning, the twilight dawned on the gate, and the spirit of the envoy was high. The able men and women under the tent were waiting for them, trying to ask the barbarians to join the army. The grass between the grass and the grass is full of official rent, and we weave new and special patterns. The customs are still those of the Tang and Wei dynasties, and I don't know that I have already traveled to Penghu. I have thoroughly explored other countries in Jingxian, and I have already become familiar with the barbaric dialects. I have seen the grass and trees in the south, and I heard that it matches Ao Jihan. The whole world knows each other like a festival. The Jade Bureau poems are being passed down overseas. Powder copies of Wu costume pictures are being sent to the public for viewing outside the city. Yao Nai. Nai, whose courtesy name is Ji Chuan, was born in Tongcheng, Anhui Province in the Qing dynasty. He is famous all over the world for his ancient writings because of his affiliation with the Tongqing school. There is Shibao Xianji, one of his works. Appreciation of the pictures was inscribed for Li Shihua, the minister of the People's Republic of China. Yushi led the river and dredged the ditches, but in 4 years it could not reach the southeastern ruins. The sky was full of water and dragon fish were swimming in the sea, and the western boundary was Minhua and the eastern end. Hundreds of islands are scattered like sunspots. Since Han Dynasty, he has not belonged to Wang Wuzhu. During the Holy Dynasty, the Jing family lived on the barbaric island for generations. The island was not built until the imperial palace was removed, and the benevolent emperor lived in the 2nd century. The south finger of Tiangu is all hoeing, and the county and county tracks are set up to share the same train. At the beginning of the Qin dynasty, when the imperial censor supervised the county, he was trapped in Dundu for more than a month. He received the imperial edict at Huangmen in Linchuan, and marched south to conquer Jin before building the city. It's a time when everything is shushing. Open the house and build it with tangerines. Plant bamboos and cypress trees around the house, as well as wolfberry, cocoa and palm. At 4 o'clock in the season, there are hundreds of green vegetables, and the oily rice has a surplus of glutinous rice, which is transferred to the market, and the sea is full of rice and bamboo shoots. Officials govern with tranquility and avoid deceit. Because the customs and etiquette are the same, the sea breeze no longer moves. How can the human nature be different? He mingles with the people, hunting in the spring and autumn. He wears a strip of ribbon around his waist and looks at his ears, and wears deerskin, a bow, and a harpoon. The sharks land on the shore and fill up the mud, leaping 300 meters away like a toad. The heads are wrapped around the mountain, and there are turtles and porcupines. They gather together to hold hands and drink alms, and the good people are angry with the beasts or have discord. It's difficult to relieve yourself if you have a way to care for it. Isn't it fair to use grasshoppers, fowls, and kiwi? The envoys were ordered to reward Buyen with a reputation. The sky is clear and the sea is feasting, the wind is raising the train, the messenger's face is wide and empty, the ministers of the various departments are lined up to press their backs and horses. The sword-wielding general knelt down and lifted him up, and was ordered to distribute gold and silk. He held the sheep's shoulders, drank wine, and held the silk and silk. Not only are they given worship and dancing, but they are also full of joy, and their wild songs are so exciting that they are suspicious of earthworms. The emissary read that the rice had not yet passed, and returned to Yujiang, Huai, Chongqing, and Su. In the Qing dynasty, the important weapons of the Qing dynasty were raised, and the sikong was used to save the land. On the road, the pavilions and books are widely stored, and the public and the Confucian scholars are connected with each other. The spring breeze reminds people of distant dreams. Chen Tu shows that the guest is speaking. In the ancient times of Liao Zai, dragons and snakes were released, and the emperor came to express his kindness and blessings. Shang Chu and Zhong Chu gave him clothes, and the country of the Yellow House rarely hesitated. In today's vast territory, armpits are covered with cockroaches, and Lu chickens replace swans like Sichuan birds. This picture is based on the classic book Yibao Zhu, which shows that the skill of Royuan is not sparse. Volume 3. Volume 3 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Homely. Zhao Yi. Chen Shouqi. Hongli. Hongli, surnamed Aixinjueluo, was Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. He reigned for 60 years. The temple name is Gaozong. When he was in power, there was no Ningdial in the conquests, including the first Ding Jinchuan, the first Zungar, the second Zungar, the pacification of the Hui tribe, the second pacification of Liang Jinchuan, the pacification of Taiwan, the pacification of Burma, the pacification of Annan. The 10 battles of the initial determination of Gorkha and the redetermination of Gurkha are called 10 complete achievements. His poems and essays about the 10 battles were collected and compiled into the book 10 Complete Collections of Imperial Poems and Essays by his courtier Peng Yuanrui. Among them, Pacifying Taiwan. 19 of his poems have also been found in the first volume of Chronicles of the Imperial Pingding of Taiwan, Type 102 of Wen Song. Immediately feeling the scenery of Qingguang Hall. There is an altar on the right side of the spring prayer ceremony, and there is a CD on the way. Fu Mian enters the fasting room because it is easy to dress. Chi Chi reported the case and passed on the meal. Looking south, I heard that at the end of the winter last year, Lin Shuangwen and other villagers in Dalizuo and other villages in Zhanghua County, Taiwan, formed a party and initiated an evil association to commit evil acts. Governor Chang Qing was stationed in Xiamen. Officers and soldiers were dispatched to suppress the arrests. Huang Shijian, the navy chief, and Ren Qinzhen, the land chief, each led their officers and men and arrived in Taiwan on the 4th day of the first lunar month. According to the Chongqing Memorial Report, Huang Shijian and others used artillery to kill thousands of thieves in the past few days, and the remaining party members fled into the inner mountains. An order was sent to Chongqing, the governor of Taiwan, to lead the civil and military officers Bian to hunt them down and leave no trace. However, Huang Shijian waited for more than a month after arriving in Taiwan, and he was annihilated in pain. But the news of the victory of the suppression of the bandits had not yet been reported, and he was eagerly looking forward to it day and night. He drove north and wanted to say hello. Recalling that this incident had not happened in 10 years, he couldn't help feeling sad. Wu Shenshen's Post. December 28th. Last year, it snowed in Jiaping, and I heard about the atmosphere in Fanqinghai. On the 28th of the 12th lunar month last year, Chongqing and others reported that Lin Shuangwen, the rebel bandit in Taiwan, was causing trouble. Today, it is before the beginning of spring on the 28th. Get the sound of victory first, plan to sail the troops on the sea, and the sound of spring will sound triumphant, which is also the right time. This spring comes on the day before Qi. This day is the day before Qi sacrifices to Taizu, and the army will return after the victory. Enter Yangxiuxuan, the north gate of Jishan Mountain, and take a rest. Jumping into the Liji garden of Yuelong Mansion, walk back to the west and enter the north gate, stroll around the rockery and enjoy the view of the snow-covered roots of the real trees. I only serve you when the spring comes, and I look at the past and keep it from the present. He is a person who has not given up a single thought. It's troublesome to wait for him to get his trust, Fu Kong'an reported. The robber's nest in Dali has been conquered before. It has been several days since then, but the reward of capturing the rebel leader has not yet arrived, so I am hanging my ears for it. Poems from Yangfangang, one of 4 poems recorded. Captured Kuei overseas to appease the demon atmosphere, and he was also captured when he was bound. Closely, Jiangsu Fuchenmin Yuan reported that the traitor Lin Shuangwen had been escorted into the Jiangnan territory. That is, his second home, Zhuangtadian. Not long after that, I heard the news that Fu Kangan had been captured. Therefore, I have been looking forward to the good news recently, but I am a little anxious. The Chia Mingxing Shrine is erected in Chikai. Taiwan customs are very tough, after this heavy punishment, if you don't show your military power. I am afraid that the people in this place will forget their mistakes and have nothing to fear, because they have ordered that after the incident is over, Fukangan, Helancha, Ahue, Pupu, Shu Liang and other most courageous people built shrines in the county and Jiayi County of Taiwan, which frightened and alarmed the public. This is a real deed for those who are praised, not a shrine for those who are disliked. This praise is a real tribute. I visited Tianjin and returned to the Imperial Garden to do. The land is light, the water is the boat, and Jinmen sails to the Imperial Garden and spins. The people watch the Hunan harvest year, last year in Jifu. Statistics are 8 or 9% of the harvest, Jingni and the distant sea are spread, the first day of stationing in Jinmen. That is the good news of capturing Zhuang Datian alive. He will return to Luan and capture Lin Shuangwen, who is a member of the military department, because he is about to be interrogated by Jiating. He will then be taken to Shishir to rectify the law to honor the country's constitution, which is very popular. The spring in March is bright and beautiful. Watching the rain with all my heart, I am diligent and pious. Then you can enjoy the flowers more freely, but you are more worried about the wheat fields. Li Shiyao reported on the rain, snow, and wheat situation in Fujian province, and wrote poems to comfort him. Last year, when the army was in full swing, we made various efforts to raise supplies. Taiwan has rebelled against bandits and caused trouble in recent years, so it is inevitable that farming will be carried out incorrectly. The army must make preparations for the food of the people. Because of the festival orders, Jiangnan, Jiangxi, Zhejiang, Sichuan, Huguang and others allocated more than 1 million shur of rice to the 9 gangs in Taizhou to keep the frozen rice that could not be redeemed and transported it to relief one after another. Yesterday, according to Li Shiyao's report, the military affairs have been completed, and the people have returned to the village to farm. All rice shipped. There is more than enough for scattered use. The more than 400,000 that have not been shipped can be stopped. It is still inexhaustible, but it is worth the rain. The second wheat can be harvested, and the early rice is busy sowing. In the first month, there will be frequent rains in each zodiac. On the 5th and 6th day of February, rain and snow returned in the provincial capital, which was extremely beneficial. With the help of this, Ermai became more prosperous and luxuriant. The province has a warm climate and farming started early. Sow early rice everywhere. The fields are full of water, the garden vegetables and grains are also luxuriant. After the war, we can hope for a good harvest. Reading the memorial is a false pleasure. The overseas thieves are in peace, and the people of each country are in good health. After the war, there will be no bad years, with foreheads and hands looking southward. But he recovered. The bandit ear Shangfang. Zaiwanzhai, the rhythm of the past year. Sijai said Ziwan is a peaceful place. It is easy to scroll, which is beneficial to the government affairs. Yesterday, when I was stationed at this time, Taiwan reported an incident. I thought that the two ministers would go together. How could it be a mistake? Unexpectedly, they waited and watched each other, and there was no time to worry about suppressing the evil. Last year, the Taiwanese rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others caused trouble, and two admirals, Huang Shijian and Ren Qingxi, led their troops to suppress it, thinking that they could be wiped out. The two of them were cowardly and incompetent. The North and the South are watching each other and can't do anything. Because they were dismissed from their posts and punished, Chang Qing was sent to Taiwan to supervise the case. General Yi is said to be aggressive in his strategy and stick to the same rules. Although he does not cause future troubles, he is always afraid of looking ahead. Chang Qing is a general. When I first arrived in Taiwan, I was still able to organize and reorganize the army. I continued to restore the villages and guard the county town, but I could not bury the roots and advance in, causing bandits to spread. Although the county and city were kept intact, they always looked forward and backward, sitting on the blame for delay. Really unacceptable. With this, he dispatched important ministers and successfully captured the thieves. Fortunately, Zhu was able to capture the thieves a few days ago. He ordered Fukangen, Helancha and others to lead Bachelor, guards, Zhang Jing and other hundreds of people to rush there, and mobilized Sichuan troops to train and train. Soldiers from Guizhou, Chu, and Guangxi advanced to suppress the attack. After Fukangen flew to Taiwan, he broke out of the siege and defeated the thieves within a few days. He pursued the culprits in many adventures and managed to capture the two culprits alive. He gradually wiped out the remaining gang members, and the entire Taiwan was pacified. So he cared for good people. To be able to resume farming. Recalling that I was stationed here yesterday to prepare military documents, it was already 20 years old, then I went to Fu Qianli, and Lu Yanan went to bed. Looking back on how old I was, morning and evening passed quickly. Ijibu, who was responsible for the printing of the governor of Fujian, reported the rain harvest score and wrote poems to comfort him. Yin Liang sincerely took pity on the old governor Xian. Li Shiyao served as governor successively and was known to be capable. Last year, he was transferred to Fujian and Zhejiang because of the suppression of Taiwan rebel bandits. He was stationed in Xiamen to handle military reserves, and everything was quickly settled. He then returned the favor to the count as a token of his favor. In the autumn, I suffered from sores on my shoulders and back, so I passed away. I feel deeply sorry for him. The Fu minister did not return overseas. Su Xizeng, the governor of Fujian, went to Taiwan last year to manage food and salary affairs. Now that the victory was over, all the aftermath matters had been settled by Fukangen before he returned to Beijing, but Taiwan had just been pacified. It is necessary to have high-ranking officials there to organize and fusue. According to the report, it was possible to return to the province before the memorial, but at this time, the internal crossing had not yet occurred, that is, Zhen Xian Jian was able to ascend the road. Previously due to Li Shiyao's illness, he could not recover immediately. Fukang Anqi has been ordered to act temporarily. After receiving the trust of Li Shiyao, he thought that the Haijiang territory had just been settled, so he had to appoint simple and important ministers, and Fukangen had already gained a reputation, so he was granted the additional title of governor of Fujian and Zhejiang, which was really helpful for local officials. But the journey has not lasted more than a month, and the journey has not yet reached Bayer, so the nursing staff received a memorial. The feudal lordly Chebu is now nursing the seal script, and the local affairs regulations have been reported. The autumn rice harvest is about 80% due to the reason that Yuza Chi Minquan. Ijebu reported, since the 12th and 3rd of September, the provincial capital of Fujian has received continuous rains, and all the tribes have received good harvests. He also reports the harvest score. 9 points are more than enough for Yong'an and other 4 counties, and 9 points are good. Chang and other 12 prefectures and counties. Pingnan and other 13 counties have more than 8 points. 31 prefectures and counties including Fujian County have 8 points, and 4 counties including Fuqing have 7 points. According to the calculation, the province has more than 8 points. Food prices have fallen, and people are very comfortable. The commander-in-chief's crossing to Luzai port was tied to Baosang Xiuan. In July, Kuelin was ordered to go to Pujibao as the commander-in-chief of Taiwan town. It has been several months, but he has not received the trust to take up the post, and he is still thinking about it. According to Ija's memorial. After his first overseas voyage, Kuelin arrived at Luzi port and was blown back by the wind. He landed at Yongdingao and then went overland to Chongguao to guard the wind. We sailed overseas on the 9th day of the 10th month, and on the 11th day we arrived at Lutsai port and landed. It is normal to cross the sea and watch the wind, but Kuelin did not tell the story according to the facts to comfort his heart, which is a sign of ignorance. Now I am convinced, comforted and warned. On the 21st of Jeping's reign, all the ministries and students of the New Year class in Shiyuan gathered in Taiwan to express their feelings by saying, Bingshi. He Zheng, who has come from afar, has come to visit us. His instructions are as follows: I will go to Shiyuan this morning to have a meal and do some work. All the vassal tribes and Siamese tribute envoys came to greet him outside the Shihua gate. This year, there were also Taiwanese leaders who prostrated themselves on the road to pay homage. Based on the advice of public officials and the translations and memorials of various general officials, it is full of sincerity. To Mongolia and Hui tribe. Then I am familiar with his language and don't wait for others to tell him, but now they all look like old ministers. Bin Hong learned from deer hunting in the southeast. Fukangan conquered the Taiwan rebel bandits last year, and captured the rebel leaders Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian alive. At that time, the students from various communities in nation followed the instructions and worked together, and they were very enthusiastic, so they immediately added generous rewards. According to Fukangan's report, everyone is willing to come to Beijing to express their gratitude. I commend them for their sincerity and agree to the request. The head of the Wuao headquarters is Gongdawasheo and the 6 branches under his jurisdiction. Abalai, the head of the Alishan headquarters and the 8 societies under his jurisdiction. Lebahong, the head of the Dalalong headquarters and the 5 societies under his jurisdiction. A group of 42 people, including the leader of the Puppet Mountain headquarters, Jia Lusai, the general manager and the generals of the 7 societies under his jurisdiction, and the members of the society, welcomed him outside the Shihua gate, followed him into the Shiyuan, gave him food, and ordered them to watch the ice and play. This student, who usually hunts deer as a profession, actually bows down as a courtesy in the mountains and fields, and is extremely respectful and joyful in appearance. He has been ordered to add a supplement to the tribute map, in order to support the country and protect the country. Ili Qingqing Emperor blessed. Bingshi still contains the training of the army, and all the people in the garden have the heart to serve Shua. Everyone is happy and prosperous and praises the four gains, but only Gong Hao is deeply pious and graceful. Ziguang Pavilion gave a banquet to the foreign vassal to write, Geo. Ili Qingqing Emperor blessed. Bingshi still contains the training of the army, and all the people in the garden have the heart to serve Shua. Everyone is happy and prosperous and praises the four gains, but only Gong Hao is deeply pious and graceful. Ziguang Pavilion gave a banquet to the foreign vassal to write, Geo. Purple light shines on the goblet at dawn. The example of the banquet of Ping Fan is still there. As far as the eye can see, it is suitable for farming to accumulate winter snow, and to protect the peace and the cold spring ice. The new tribe of Mohan is familiar with the rituals, although the tribes of Turhut and Turbot are all newly attached. They have been on duty many times, and they can bow and kneel as expected. Su Huicheng, a student from Taichiao, more than 30 leaders from the four communes of Wuao, Alishan, Dalalong, and Puppet Mountain in Taiwan, worked with Fukangen to suppress the bandits last year and made great contributions. I would like to go to Beijing to pay homage. On this day, I also had a banquet to commend him for his sincerity. His weak virtue was shameful and he was beaten repeatedly by the sky. He won 2 battles and gained more. Taiwan War Map contains 4 additional poems. In the year of Bingshu, he added 6 poems to the battle picture of the Western Division, which are written in preface. Because the story is 5 years old, the land is more than 10,000 miles away, and the tribes are divided into 2 categories, so the map was completed after a long period of extensive visits. This is the Battle of Taiwan. Although they crossed the ocean and reached the inner mountains to Fushanfan, they did not succeed until March, when the whole army returned triumphantly. I inquired personally at the front table, and it was clear, so I chanted it before and then supplemented it, and I completed it every other year. Although, there are more people who are deeply afraid of this. Second, if you go against the principles and promote chaos, it will be clear from heaven. If you take it and destroy it, you can't wait for a tortoise to predict it. However, after Lin Shuangwen entered nation and wanted to go south, Zhuang Datian suddenly became suspicious and returned north. This is a strange thing. After Lin Shuangwen was defeated in Dali, he fled south to Jijipu, Xiabanshan and other places. He wanted to go straight to the south road to merge with Zhuangdation. Because Fukangen sent troops to Alishan and other places on the south road to prevent the escapees and repeatedly captured the correspondence between Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian, the thieves had no idea where they were going. However, Lin Shuangwen seemed unwilling to defect to Zhuangdation, and he originally wanted to use the inner mountains as a refuge, thinking that the officers and soldiers would not be able to pursue him here. So he hesitated and headed north, returning to Xingfan Shirtu, Wuao, and other communities. Unexpectedly, Fukangen had already rewarded him generously and urged all the societies to work together to arrest him. He chased for hundreds of miles and killed more than 10,000 people, and then captured Lin Shuangwen at Laoki. Zhuangdation was actually close to the sea and could not escape to the sea to enter the inner mountains. Another strange thing, Zhuang Datian heard that Fukangen was leading troops from Bachelou and other provinces across the sea, and he was also afraid. However, he could not get the information from Lin Shuangwen on the northern route, so he still took a look at the city. But when the soldiers went south, Zhuang Datian was very close to the sea in the Fengshan area, so he must flee to the sea immediately in order to survive. Then he was chased by officers and soldiers to the Langqiao Mountains in the extreme south, and all the members of the community were blessed with good fortune and safety. Not only did they not dare to tolerate him, but they also intercepted him together. So the officers and soldiers surrounded him on all sides and captured Zhuang Datian and more than 40 of his leaders. This is a sufficient proof of God's help. Fortunately, Fukangan predicted that the inner mountain would be rich with rewards. Therefore, all the inner mountains are for my use, and the two rebels are all covered by the enemy, so that they can be captured by our soldiers. What manpower is there? Heaven. God bless you. He also gave blessings to the ministers he used and the soldiers he sent. There was no graphic record to show his efforts, and it was not the reason why he responded clearly to show his future success. He is the son of Fu Heng, a great scholar, and the nephew of Empress Shaoxian. If you fail to do this, I will commit a serious crime. Fortunately, I have achieved such a great achievement, and I am very happy with my hope. If I do not reward you generously to show my loyalty, it would be hypocritical. How can I encourage all the ministers? Therefore, the comfort and desire are growing, and the fear is also here. Looking at gentle people, how can they forgive me? Is it possible for a common man to know this? The Battle of Tai Pa Forest. Zhu Luo surrounded them and immediately attacked Duliamen. More than 10,000 thieves and bandits occupied Dabu Lin Gezhuang and blocked the road. Fukangan ordered Pu Jibao and others to attack Dapu Lin, and Yi Hui and others attacked Dapu Wei. He Lansha and others led their troops to shoot and captured the forest. So Dapu Lin and Dapu Wei were attacked at the same time and chased for more than 20 miles. Kill the thief 6. 700 people were killed, and more than 10 thieves were shot, and the thieves' spirit was taken away. The siege of Zhu Luo was relieved at Nantung. Fukangan was the first to relieve the siege of Zhu Luo on the 8th day of November last year. Those who were occupied by thieves from the foothills to the villages near the sea were bravely killed on that day, and the whole line was recovered. Pupu also opened the road from the south to Fucheng, so the soldiers were able to concentrate their efforts on directly attacking the 6 gates. To seize the enemy's key pass, the 6 gates must be attacked. If you don't have time to use winning strategies, it will be easy to succeed if you break the stronghold. There was a fierce battle in the 3 ponds passing by, and thousands of thieves gathered in groups to fight. The big tanned arms disappeared in an instant, and the majestic wind swept up the flying canopy. The Battle of Jijipu. After the thieves' nest was destroyed, Lin Shuangwen and the thieves went to Schwilish and other places in Shuishalian, preparing to retreat. Jijipu is the main road into the mountains, and the terrain is sloping. Among the 2 mountains in the north and south, the Hengda River is called Zhuoshui River, and tens of thousands of acres of fields along the river are irrigated by it. The thieves and bandits blocked the stream to intimidate the good people. They also built steep rocks on the ridge to prevent the stream from solidifying. And the officers and soldiers arrived at the stream. About 10,000 thieves covered the wall and fired firearms. The officers and soldiers advanced with guns and cannons, killing many of the thieves. He Lansha and others floated by on horseback, while Fukangan and other supervisors urged the officers and soldiers to advance together. Everyone swam across the river and directly destroyed the enemy base. Since entering the inner mountain, this is the first battle achievement. Attack Dalin flee in reverse, leading the troops to follow and put them in prison. They all led the strong soldiers to cross the dangerous stream, and the elite cavalry were stationed at the top of the mountain. The thieves and bandits clung to Jijipu. They also set up a blockade at Chaoling in Beishan for self-defense. Fukangan sent Pupu, Su Xiang and others to attack from the mountain road. When the officers and soldiers crossed the stream, Pupu and others also conquered Chaoling and came to join them, and they severely suppressed and washed them. There were thieves who had no way to escape and threw themselves into the water. The officers and soldiers defeated Jijipu, but even though the stream was opened at that time, it could not drain out all the water for a while. The old, young, and women could not escape in time, and the dead who threw themselves into the water were too many to count. He was kind and threatened the travelers to drink the mash. This is the first battle in the inner mountain, and the first culprit will be caught and put in a kettle. The Battle of Dalalong. After the victory in Shaoban Tianshan, Lin Shuangwen was captured immediately. Fukangan then moved south to suppress Zhuang Datian. During the Weisher South Road, the bandits gathered in Dalalong Mountain, so there was the Battle of Dalalong. The first NI has been captured from Nation, followed by Datian, Zhuang, Cun from the South Road. Lin Shuangwen from the North Road has already been captured. However, Zhuang Datian was still spying on Fuqing in the Fengshan area. He ordered him to escape to the sea in a hurry, and it was difficult to capture him. After being captured, Fukangan ordered Ushihata to lead naval warships to cut off his way, and immediately captured Datian alive. As the saying goes, you can't be fooled if you do your own evil. When the carriage was still on the mantis's arm, the ant formation was sent to Wulongkong. Fukangan asked to know that the thief camp on the south road gathered in Dalalong Mountain, and ordered Yi Hui, Su Xiang, Ushihata. On the 19th day of the first month of the 67th year, he led his troops to advance. The bandits fired guns and cannons to resist. The officers and soldiers rushed to the mountain ridge to press down, and drove across the Dalalong River, killing more than 300 bandits and capturing more than 100 alive. Pupu also searched and suppressed from Dapu and other places in Nation to Dalalong Pass. He led Gabangi and others to separate routes to meet the thieves. He beheaded more than 400 people and captured more than 120 alive. The remaining party immediately fled. Thousands of teams fought hard to break through the strongholds, and their beaks ran away in surprise. The boat master sent more troops to prevent the sea, and Yunong, Lin Shuangwen was a wolf, Zhuang Datian was Nongya, became the soul of the cauldron. The Battle of Fangliao. The remaining bandits moved south from Dalalong. They gathered again in Fangliao. When Fukangan arrived at Beitu, Helancha, Yi Hui and others were ordered to attack. Fukangan searched and arrested along the way, and then responded, but the killing was futile, and Zhuang Datian was already captured. Fangliao and Wulongbi are adjacent to each other. After the defeat, the thieves gathered in Cien Poji cut off the retreat along the mountain, and the anti-suppression team came out of the deep forest. On the 26th of the first lunar month, more than 2,000 bandits cut off the retreat of the officers and soldiers along the mountain. Helancha met the thieves, that is, Divide Mukdina. Liang Chaogui and others prepared for the thieves to come south, and Su Xiang, Liu Qiu, Ushihata and others returned to attack them. However, they were surprised in the free sugar plantation and ran rampant through the bandit formation, shooting more than 10 thieves to death and killing more than 300 thieves. Taking advantage of the victory, they pursued them to the coast and killed more than 1,000 thieves. The rest threw themselves into the sea and drowned countless others, and captured horses, guns, and equipment. All the ants in the bee colony are frightened, and they are regretful for their treachery and rebellion. The sandworms that threw themselves into the sea were not counted, and they were scurrying up Datian Mountain to be captured alive. If Zhuang Datian made him escape into the sea in advance, there would be no way to pursue him. However, he ran into the inner mountains, so Fukangen ordered Bachelu and other detachments to encircle him. It's nothing more than waiting to be captured and subdued. It can be seen that the overload cannot be tolerated, and it is difficult to break through the net, and there are those who are like those who take away their souls. Taiwan's Admiral Kue Lin and Chief Envoy Wan Zhongjie reported their births and invited Fan Qian to Beijing to celebrate their birthdays. They wrote poems about their ambitions, Gingshu, The students in the inner mountain nested in the inner mountain, but there was no foreign teaching. Jing Nijia helped, and the court gave him generous rewards. Formerly when Fukangen and others led the troops to suppress the Taiwan rebels Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian, the inner mountain students all knew about Xianghua, and cooperated in the search cut. So that the evil channel will not slip through the net. After Taiwan was pacified, Wu Weihou and other social officials went to the imperial court in the 12th lunar month of the 53rd year, but were sent back because they were given a banquet. Lu Sangsu admired the club and called for all wishes to follow the class, Ziquelin and others reported. 12 leaders of the 4 symbiotic communities including Shizai on the North Road, Badongwen on the Middle Road, and Wang Zili on the South Road sincerely requested to go to Beijing to pray for longevity. In the 3rd month, when the wind and waves are calm, you can cross the country, etc. Although it is said that it is not a government policy, the country's majesty is worthy of the sea. Taiwan Admiral Kue Lin and others reported that the early rice harvest was 80 cents, and wrote poems to comfort them. Early rice is harvested in May, and the local communities share early crops in all provinces. Every June and July is the harvest period. However, the climate in Taiwan County is relatively warm, and it is reported that early rice is already mature in mid-May. This is unmatched in the mainland. People are enjoying the food supply, and the harvest is bountiful again. Fujian County is still rich, according to Kue Lin et al. If the rain falls in this prefecture, the early rice crop will be plentiful, except for one county in Taiwan that does not plant early rice crops. The remaining 3 counties in Yiding County have an average harvest of 80% of the early rice crop. In midsummer, when there is no harvest, this can be called zhongmin. In Tai County, it is beneficial to the people's food, and Zhang and Quan counties in Fujian province also provide financial support. It is really gratifying to read the memorial. The sea frontier has been defeated early. Taiwan's successive commander-in-chief led many private operations for profit, resulting in a weakened military preparedness. After the traitor Lin Shuangwen and others were appeased, Kue Lin was appointed as the commander-in-chief with the title of admiral, and strict rectification was carried out. The traitors and bandits were captured by Su. From now on, Haijiang will enjoy the blessing of appeasement forever, and will always be content and contented. Kue Lin, the Commander-in-Chief of Taiwan, and Wan Zhongjie, the Inspector General, reported 80% of the early rice harvest and wrote poems to comfort them. Xinhai dash. People everywhere in the sea area are noisy. After suppressing the rebellion, the senior officials of the capital, Taiwan's rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others were captured. The remaining bandits fled and needed to be suppressed. Kuelin was appointed as the commander-in-chief of Taiwan's army to suppress and capture the remaining bandits in order to eradicate their roots. In recent years, the turbulent wind has gradually subsided, and everyone has been able to farm and harvest. At the same time, there have been harvests year after year, and the vitality of Lu Yan can be restored. Recently, the customs have been slightly reduced, and it is time to rest and adjust to farming. The climate is warmer and the harvest is more fertile. It is hereby called early rice zongminjing. According to Kuelin et al., the early rice produced in Tamsui No. 1, North Road, Taiwan, and Yuza, No. 1 County, Zhanghua, was well mixed, and the early rice was quite luxuriant. That is, Jiayi on the middle road and Fengshan on the south road. Although there is little rain, there are still internal mountain water sources for irrigation. On April 21st, rain was reported both in the north and south. The early rice was just about to bear fruit and was in full bloom. Now they are appearing one after another. According to the clear report of each species, except for the soil-type floating pine in one county in Taiwan. With the exception of rice cultivation, the harvests of all the other 3 counties, 1 hall and 3 counties, were evenly calculated, and it was indeed 8 points. The price of rice was flat, and the place was extremely peaceful. Fortunately, Nan Gu Wayuankio. Looking at the rain here, I am still anxious. Taiwan's Admiral Hadange and Taoist Yang Tingli reported that the early rice harvest was more than 80%, and the poem comforted them. Guicho, dash. 1 hall and 3 counties belong to Chigwang, and 80% of the early rice will be more than enough. Since the early crops were planted in the northern and southern areas of Taiwan this spring, the rain has come in season and the seedlings have flourished. According to Hadong et al.'s report, the festival is earlier this year, and the early rice has matured everywhere and has been harvested one after another. Except for Taiwan County, which has loose pine soil and does not grow early rice, Tamsui Yiding and Fengshan, Jiayi, and Zhanghua counties combined have a harvest of more than 8 or 9%. The price of rice is now flat, Tianchi Shirya said. Yumi Township still benefits from the mainland. Taiwan is called the land of fish and rice, with bumper harvests every year. The Zhang and Quan areas in the mainland receive financial aid from it every year, and Luyan is a place where people can live peacefully for a long time. Since the rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others were captured in this place, Lu Yan has been living and working in peace and contentment for several years. His vitality has been restored for a long time, and the peace has remained as usual. The feast at Fuzi Sea will bring prosperity to him, and he will be full of caution and fear. Bei Sai Nanning is lucky. This year's wheat harvest in various provinces is mostly over 80% to 90%. I recently visited the summer resort and saw the farmland outside the Great Wall, which is also extremely luxuriant. From the north to the south, rain and rain are coming all the time, and my heart and mind are getting more and more alert. Be cautious and dare to feel comfortable. Zhao Yi. whose courtesy name is Yunsong and whose name is Obei, was born in Yanghe, Jiangsu Province in the Qing dynasty. During the Qianlong period, officials went to Guishi to prepare troops. The Lin Shuangwen incident in Taiwan led to Li Shiyao, the governor of Fujian and Zhejiang. The book, Chronicles of the Martial Arts of the Imperial Dynasty, contains the chapter, A Brief Summary of the Pacification of Taiwan. See the Seaside Events, section 213 of the Wen Song, which records the Lin incident. There is also the Obei Poetry Collection, which also has works related to Taiwan affairs. Several poems have been recorded in Taiwan Poems. Li Qingjai set up the government to enter Fujian with military campaigns, invited others to go with him, and presented a gift. Suddenly I followed the envoy to Bijiang village, and I was in a coma to clear away the miasma in southern Fujian. The court relied on the important minister Weihai State, and I was ashamed to withdraw my soldiers and join the army. The pen has no grasp to express new ideas, but the sword has the bloodstains of conquering the barbarians. Don't laugh, hang up your crown and turn into the curtain. To repay your teacher's kindness is to repay your king's kindness. 10 years. For 10 years, the rivers and lakes have been stable for fishing, and suddenly he joins the army to assist the army. People wonder why the white head comes out so easily. I haven't traveled all over the mountains. The soul of the guest in the wild shop is like a chicken with its arms on its back, and the barbaric language of the other side is like a bird's twitch. With the addition of a volume of Aminon herbs, the inscriptions are left everywhere on the green wall. Looking at Taiwan from the sea. As far as the eye can see, the waves are touching the sky, and in the middle, there are mountains and rivers as big as the palm of your hand. Back then, it was Bitianheng Island, formerly occupied by Jingqinggong, the Haiyan, and today it is back to Yang Pu's ship. The wind has a mother when it roars with hurricane force, and the demonic atmosphere sweeps away Shui Wuxian, Yu's son Enchi. Lin Lu misses Governor Xiongjin from afar. He once defeated Zhou dynasty and left Dinghai, Wang Yan. I am happy to hear that the officers and soldiers have achieved repeated victories. The soldiers are fighting in the hope of triumph, and the altar is built separately to select relatives and sages. The dragon flies across the sundial without stopping, and the hussar rides on the graceful young man. Crossing Haiti is not a headache. The people in Xiaoguan are like flesh-flying immortals. Are they brave enough to fall early? Hemp outside the bones and inside, they are brave, and the army comes with a divine plan. One is worth 1,000. The north, south, west, and north are all already skilled in martial arts. How can we expect a miasma to come from the east? Rong Sua's territory is restored to its original glory. Are you willing to abandon Juya? The soldiers retreated to Pengying Island in the sea, and the stars penetrated the sky and Biang Street. From now on, there will be a banquet in all directions, but it will only be a matter of Han Jiping and Huaihe River. Jiaotang Weitang was martyred in Fengshan. An official overseas is on duty in the spring. The ambush caused a catastrophe for no reason. Jueo Yanjiang City was responsible for guarding the city, and a famous poet died in battle. The people all went up to the Pipi to weep, and the thieves were also shocked and pressed their swords in anger. There will definitely be a Lesh festival in another year. Welcome God in the ballad. In the leisure space of the court, there are many people reciting notes, and they are not passed down based on their talents but with integrity. The officials are far like the Piao Luo Sha kingdom, and the Seoul women like to attach themselves to Jia Hu's boat. There is a collection of poems he wrote during his lifetime. You collected recent poems and composed poems in several volumes. Guotian's family will be no fault of his family after his death. Reading, the classic of filial piety, can ward off thieves, but the poor boy dies next to his father's body. Sun Yi, the eldest king, died from death. Maritime. As far as the eye can see, the water meets the sky, and the military atmosphere points far away to the sea and the sky to the east. People use oil as torches to burn in the dark night. Fish eyes are as red as stars. A fire without talent is not a miasma, but a ghost on the battlefield is a hero. When will the chaos be resolved? He is looking forward to conquering the south. Chronicle of Lin Shuang, the rebel leader in the army, sent across the spring by Wen Jian. Prisoners in wooden cages are chirping, and soldiers and guards are clustered in a black cloud. There is no need to expose the cloth and drag long strings, and the streets are lined with people trying to see the pirates from the east. The pirates from the east of the sea are small people. How can they read military books and study military affairs? They whistle for no reason in the middle of the night. Killing officials and attacking the city shed blood. At this time, although the cauldron is boiling and rampant, the sudden rise is still worthy of destroying the meal. After that, he first sailed to all the senior generals to be cautious and alert to any unforeseen circumstances. They mobilized troops across the sea for several decades, adding 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of millions of thieves. The isolated city was trapped in a heavy siege, and all the chaff was boiling. If it hadn't been for the temple's decisive move, when would the enchanting atmosphere of the island be extinguished? Now he is bound to the chariot, but his buttocks are only tied tightly, if we talk about military expenses over the years. 10 taels of gold and 1 tael of bones. Prisoners from Taiwan are sent to the mainland in droves, and they sing triumphant songs again. The sea breeze is calm and the waves are wide. The sails and rafts are coming one after another to hold captives back, and the mouths and eyes are clear and the thieves are still alive. When I first doubt foreigners, the legs of the pipa stick to my body. Its teeth can chew iron into pieces, and its hands can stretch out its hooks. Who would have thought that if you search for wolves, you will find a group of dogs? Wu tilts his head. Chen Diaoyan, Yongyi is so shy. At that time, if you searched and crawled early, you would chew without shaking your teeth and kick without boots. Hu Wei cultivated Luo's belly, which was bigger than Song Gong's drum. Yu Shijing was captured at the beginning of the year, and he spent a lot of money to send Long Wu. Alas! Why use an ox knife to cut a chicken? Otherwise, it cannot be cut with an ox knife. There should be a black-headed male at the end. There are no white-headed thieves in the world. The military generals will return one day, and I will return someday. The poem expresses the joy of ambition. I have been living in seclusion in Huayang for a long time. How can I expect that I will always publish military regulations? Lianpe has already killed himself 3 times. How can Mrs. Feng get out of the car again? The dream of hometown is thousands of miles away, and the traces of dust have been lingering for more than a year. I'm a little happy that the time for the victory is approaching, and I plan to return to the old thatched cottage in a few days. There is no reason to ambush and repay the army, and it is a small calamity in the sand of insects. How can a thief turn his head white when he smells it? The expelled people were bleeding all over. At ordinary times, the officials are drunk and playing music and singing in the moonlight, while the soldiers are in the cold grass and trees and the wind is blowing. Only then did we know that Gong Bohai's miraculous feat was to sell knives and buy calves. It is also the unpaid debts of worldly labor, and I have done a lot of work to reward my close friends. Your Majesty once made an appointment with Han Wen, but I will never do it for Chen Ziqiang. Under the curtain, people discuss materials and shoes, and in front of the lamp, they hold calculations and prepare grain. Shang Pinguan Guan's favor is private, and he also reports that he lived in Taicang. This is a tour to the mountains with Yuhan. Staying in the army for a long time is the most unreasonable. Being willing to return the salary from Yin Tai is like Lu Mian still being in love with the official position. Wanhula's boatmen and soldiers crossed the sea, and Tuzhan floating drums were about to ascend to the altar. Tired guests from the Tianjiao returned to the court quickly, and the 100 barbarians were first heard and determined in the first battle. Self-report at 70. The war is spreading across Haizhou, and my old friend invited me to visit Fujian. I am also worried about national affairs, so why should I do my best on the side? A person's life and death are only 3 inches apart, and the military reserve is in surplus and shrinking in 5 shifts. Who knew there was a spurge in the spear? Bo Yuxing came up with a plan. Taiwan used troops, and assisted Li Qingjai in the shogunate for 1 year. Chen Shoqi. Shoqi, courtesy name Gongfu and nickname Zhuahai, was from Min County, Fujian Province in the Qing dynasty. He was an editor of the Hanlin Academy, and his late title was Yinping Shanren. Author of Collected Works of Zhuahai. Jiangtao Thatched Cottage Poetry Collection and other books, including 8 poems on overseas chronicles and 6 poems on peace in Taiwan, have been published in Taiwan Poetry, written by Lianheng, Wen Song, No. 64. Taiwan was pacified by General Guo Shenjun, Jun Tingyun, Jiayong Gongfu, and General Bai Yun. In the prosperous age, the Yao dance performed the Skingong performance of the emperor's concubine. The Holy Emperor Moe was in the sun, and the envoys rolled up the star flag. The divine power of Ziji spreads, and the concubines in Tongting perform well. The south chariot rests on the temple, and the left axe arches the heavenly instrument. Feng Yi splits his arrows, and the sound of the luan moves about Zhou. Guizhang Fong calls for orders, and wears a crown of ease praise. The wisdom gathers in Wen Yuanmi, and the heart is in Xia Fuqi. Thousands of horses are spread out, but thousands of horses are laughed at. There is no way to connect Pengyou. And Landa reaches the border of the sea, who makes Do Man touch him and often wants to dance with Feng Yi. When the deer's ears and neon banners are gone, the Kuan's body is followed by the mist. When the sun shines in the deep palace, when the high house is well positioned. Qianzhen Ding Nanji, Dao Collar Wu Xiaoji. It's still a dark night in the city, and the farmers haven't gathered in the spring. Shenwu Shengang Ji, Ping Fan is doing his best. Under Marshal Kong Tong, the liver and gallbladder are supreme. The eagles and ospreys are driven out in the great fields, and the tigers and ospreys are lodged on the high platforms. Travelers from Shu, Guizhou, Jing, and Vietnam travel. pillars and minions. The bronze horse honor is famous far away, but the Langchao road is late, the pen is written at Juga Station, and the curtains of the ovary are planned. Flying towers and oars across the sea, undressing the gauze all night long, flying geese and falcons in the blue sky, trampling on dragons and dragons in the daytime. It shakes according to the shape of the boat. The poverty is self-defeating, the waves are loyal and faithful, protecting and worshipping the spirit, the record of joining the army says. Chongwu boarded the boat with more than 100 boats, and arrived at Lukang together in 2 days and nights. Su received the Luanshu's order and the army applied for the Lugong period. The army was ordered to enter the army from Lukang. The great state is majestic, and the soldiers who built it are riding high. If the seal of the wolf's gallbladder is broken early, the falcon's eyebrows should be raised. If the red bag is used to conquer far and near, the red bag will look forward to the emperor. 5 cavalry descended from the sky, their 2 horses galloped against the sun, the warriors were trained with 3 arrows, and the learned men were commanded by 1 spear. The Duke ordered the Deputy General, Hai Gong, to first detect the thieves at Bagua Mountain in Zhanghua and capture only 5 riders. He shot 3 thieves and captured 2 before returning. Go back tomorrow and kill several people. The thieves will retreat more than 20 miles. Dejia attacks first. Yuan Cheng entered the dangerous army. The public order led Shu to enter Dejia, expecting to attack Dali Jiao, and Free Lukang sent Yuan Cheng to aid Zhuluo. The clouds are forming a barrier, but the moon is holding down the fence. There is no need to move in the bird formation, the dragon Tao is always suitable. The sugarcane garden is forested with razors, and the bamboo fence is surrounded by water. First of all, many Taiwanese thieves lurked in the sugarcane garden and bamboo fence, and Bachelu was sent to lead the gunners to defend them. The water is on the back of the river, and the winged skips are laid on the cliff. Chenhili. The steps are graceful, thousands of stoves are humming and their sheaths are quiet, and thousands of mountains are painted with horns blowing. The mighty arc points to the sky, and the steps move in the middle of the moon. Rolling mats to Gaofu, burning nests and losing old houses, stationing soldiers in Pilan, burning dozens of thieves' villages, empty cattle pens to capture rats. Huzhu chased them separately. First they arrived at Nyolan River, where there were more than 20,000 thieves. The 2 horns are Tingzhu Lu, and the center is strong and controls the purple silk. The general has 100-step string, and both guard the 2 branches of the halberd. The movie wears Qinghao, and the star shines Heshi. Ode the mountain was destroyed by Wei Jia, and the wild land swept Wujin Fengchuan. The fighting spirit is still strong, and the sound of the army is strong. Qin Yun's father is at the forefront, and Di Yumi is rejected at the rear. The Buka mountain is hard to shake, but the bamboo camp is never tired. All the students fought hard, and the subordinates were more effective than others. Dapu fought hard and was destroyed, and Zhuluo saved Lao Lei. Now the imperial edict was issued to change Jiayi. In the 3 dynasties, Jingguan grain was produced, and tens of thousands of households were cooked in Kaicheng. Zhuluo was surrounded, and the public sent volunteers to collect grain from the thieves' village. In 2 days, more than 10,000 stones were obtained, and the people began to eat. An ant's nest leads to many paths, and a fox's trail can distinguish between 2 paths. After going up to the stage and passing the hub, Dolly laid out gold coins. the soldiers arrived at Tingtizwang, which was changed to Dengtazwang, and then attacked Dali. He cut off the mercury and laid down with silver hooks, and wore Zhou's jade crossbow. Yezhang obeyed the oath and commandments, and walked along the rugged road with iron shanks. The thief chased him to the end, but the thief abandoned his weapon and escaped. He was victorious in encouraging and exercising, and he maintained his discipline and was comforted. His shadow followed Yuan Kai's brigade and gathered in Zhonghua's division. The sword is worn in memory of Gong Sui, and the pot and meal promote Zhao Shui. The carving inscription honors Ke Gong, and Nia Air leads the spirit beast. It is known that the leader of thieves will definitely enter the Xingfan, so he summons all the social officials and generals to reward him. Su Tongji of Tamsui led the various camps in Beishi, and rewarded them everywhere, and declared the imperial court's virtue. From this, dozens of people came to the camp. Jijifang moved the formation, saying that he should still guard Pai. He set up a blockhouse to guard the poisonous anvils, and the troops roared at Lingkue. Stone City fell. The wings are many and the feet are raised. The withered scales vibrate the harem. The whirling watch smashes the hole of the rabbit, which is like a cowhide. The first straw calligraphy is praised with joy, and the long tassels compete for the invitation. From the time when the straw is awarded, it is written in vain, and the performance is rewarded by Dan Qi. Tingyun found out that the family of the Lin thief was hiding in Shui society, and was a general servant of Du Fu's family. He asked the public to summon his family members and volunteers to Xiaoji, so he dedicated the Lin thief's family to the army. This is military service, and those who have made meritorious deeds will be rewarded. More and more, they throw themselves into the forest, searching for the elk with arrows. Birds fly across the ladder to the sky, and the snow falls into the clouds. The sword is brushing against the green frost, the bow is carrying the crimson moon hanging down, Wooding is opening the gate, and Liujia is carrying the devil. More and more, they throw themselves into the forest, searching for the elk with arrows. Birds fly across the ladder to the sky, and the snow falls into the clouds. The sword is brushing against the green frost, the bow is carrying the crimson moon hanging down, Wooding is opening the gate, and Liujia is carrying the devil. The generals are sent to attack Shuishi and Push. However, the Lin thief had already escaped in Puzili. Hai Gong led his troops to the cliff and marched for 5 days and nights to catch up with him. In this battle, more than 10,000 people died and became sick. In an instant, it screams wildly, and shoots evil owl in a row. The insects and sand all melt by themselves, and there is no way for the mantis to use an axe. On the 4th day of the first lunar month of Wushan, 7 people including the forest thief were captured. On the 28th, Kai thief and dozens of other leaders were captured. On the 29th, dozens of village thieves and others were captured. The rest of the party were bound one after another. The miasma rain disappears, and the wild clouds disperse into the green sky. The military supplies are gone, and the civilian supplies are fixed. Smoke rises from Ludao Island, and the chicken coop can be seen through the mist. 3 minks restore Hadian, and 5 tigers expand Kunwai. The vein of Taishan Mountain meanders across the sea from Wuhumen in Fuzhou to the east. It is said that Penglai water still leads to Tai Pool. Baifu in Shenzhou is connected to the Yellow Branch in the deserted area. The wind and thunder are solemn, and the prosperity and decay are dewy. Always look at Wuchenfu. One person thinks deeply about Zhen. He is rewarded with shuttle bus uniforms, which is a special honor for Ding Yi. The Lord is kind and supportive, and the ministers are humble and considerate. They also receive blessings from the swamp, and apply blessings and kindness. A poor eaves indicates loyalty, while eating on the eve of the lunar calendar indicates wounds. Day's dragon and snake are far away. The empty tits are hungry, the mice are hungry, the house is cleaned and the wells are cleaned, and the beards are caressed. Meilongxuang was built in front, and melons and huts were built in the back. The surrounding suburbs were full of flowers, and snow fell in several places. The imperial edict exempted money, grain and miscellaneous taxes from the 52nd to the 54th year, and granted the people of Guangdong a loyalty amount and the refugees a jingyi amount. Also, please give the people of the village a lot of money so that they can grow seeds so that they can have enough food to make a living. Your kindness is always there. The warbird takes advantage of the spring. The spirit show rides on the scenery, the brocade clothes are heard and the feathers and guards are tied to each other. The ibis sings the golden drum, and the green kite flutters the green bud. They also use the vines to work together, and they gather the qi. I have worshipped the Hanan festival, but I still admire the poems of Qiansheng. Qiansheng is really reliable. Feng Fei must leave nothing behind. Since he went to serve in the army, he only accompanied the secretary of the recording office. He felt ashamed that he had no class and passed down his pen, so he studied Ruan and Chinci. Guang Gu Gu's bag of silver fish, and Ji White Horse Temple. Ningtu sits on the oil curtain and pays shirty to the doctor first. It is difficult to paint in the Bell Pavilion. The pearl seal is unique and strange. The official stayed in Zhou dynasty but could not serve it, and praised by Lu Yuanxi. There are 3 autumn boats in Xiaolai, and there are monuments on the cliffs of hundreds of feet. They are now Tuwei and Hua, and they have been supporting Xian and Shi for a long time. Inscribed on behalf of Wang Mingfu's auspicious sea transport map, dash. A man must break through thousands of miles of waves. Su Guo's body and mind began to strengthen after his death. Recalling the past, I dreamed that ants were swarming in Taiyang, and you came to offer me money and pay. White feathers talked about military affairs in the east of the Blue Sea, and red flags fluttered in the blue sky. The 5 tigers were defeated in front of the gate, and the middle stream attacked Ji Fei and sang loudly. It is no longer known how the whales are croaking, and Ji Boyanghu is fighting against each other. The sails are tilted to the side of the ship and the masts are cut, although there is a pole master who can safely lift them. The lips are burnt and the tongue is dry. After 7 dynasties, I occasionally get the rain and the rain fills the basin. I don't have to go overseas to stretch the Tianhe River. After washing away the dragon's smell, the autumn water will rise. When you are in danger, who knows when you are out of danger? The reef is full of swords and halberds facing each other. For example, when a dead tree is cut down, your life will only last for a moment. The vastness does not know the heart of heaven and earth, but loyalty and trust finally make peace with Yu Ming. Suddenly a wave of waves came with a sword in his arm, and a leaf of wind blew 5 liang. The fishing boat was transferred to protect the military reserves, but it reached the neighboring border. He only received a wide edict to show mercy to the virtuous and hard-working people, but he was spared the responsibility of serving as a military official. At that time, all the seas will be peaceful. The autumn waves on the Ju-Dao Island are gentle and broad. I first recognized the power of the emperor from the shaking, and I believe that there is a spirit in the gentleness. Jiangnan had the same ties yesterday, and the thunder seal of hundreds of miles needs to be protected. I have recommended the virtuous people. How can I be slandered by the officials with a small article? Now I am running around to worship Tianyan, and I will definitely invite you to meet me and worship the immortal warrior. As I walk along the sea map, I look back at the storm and feel melancholy. Wang Lang took off his sword and stopped wandering around, his mood still fluctuating with gratitude. The eagle is naturally far away from the wind and dust. There is no need to talk about gains and losses when racing horses. Retaining the heart of the old days of hardship and danger, the clouds and clouds are arranged in this court. The inscription, picture of Qi Qi joining the army, of Wu Xilin's mansion. A wealthy traveler throws a banching pen and points to the mulberry trees in the east to watch the sunrise. A high-rise boat crosses the whirling ocean at night. The island is driven away by dragons and catbirds scolding. The shogunate came to Fuan in person, fighting with snails and burning ants in the sky. The red-haired city's broad banners were solemn, and the white jade mountain pavilion disappeared. Wang Can served in the army for many years, and Mei Gao often went out to sing. Tan Xiao once sang about the fish of Monfu. Don't blame the falcons who joined the army for their clothes. Nowadays, the wind and waves are calm overseas, and I look back to the gate and toilet of the camp to help Chow Chow. Whoever sharpens Sun Luo's shield should be given the honorary title of Lu Qian's sword. Picture of Surrender at Sea is titled by Prefect Zhu Jipu. The important minister Suefu is in charge of the army, and the storm on the sea is in command. Go straight to Huangqi to collect the innocent child, and pass the red flag on the building's threshold. You can drive the fish and turtle bridge when you call it, but you can shoot all the whale salamanders out of the water without flying. The vast human skyline is green. The early sun shines on Shui Wei. After 10 years of war, the news was so angry that the city was reported to have been surrendered and the sea was built. The emperor thought that the dragon knew how to change his evil ways. Who said that birds and mice are different from each other? After the bow is fixed, I am troubled by the curtains. After selling my sword, I am happy to work hard. There is only one veteran soldier who is still weeping for General Li, called the heroic Uncle Li Zhonglia. Tigers and bamboos roll up red curtains in the spring, and Fu Shern police dogs are born. There are 2,000 stones in total in Taiping, and one piece of paper is as good as 100,000 divisions. Zhang Ju got out of the car and was really disbanded. Ko Sun Jidao was willing to follow. Duo Gong's precept, don't forget danger when you are safe. If you dare to rely on Huaiyang, you can lie down and treat it. Volume 4. Volume 4 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Ruan Yuan. Sun Erzan. Cha Yuanding. Wang Chu. Chen Weiying. Yang Jun. Ruan Yuan. Yuan. The courtesy name is Boyuan and the name is Itai. He was born in Yizheng, Jiangsu province in the Qing dynasty. During the Zheqing period, he served as governor of Zhejiang twice, and ordered Li Chang'an and others to attack and suppress the pirate, Kai Qian and other gangs in Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong. He is the author of Collection of Sutra Rooms and has poems. In the 5th month of Wuchun, the thieves arrived in Ningbo. In order to supervise the heroic uncle Li Zhongyi, he built the Zhaozhong Temple and offered sacrifices to it. The Sea of Guangdong and the sky of Fujian are connected to the beacon, and the big stars are like falling in the dying winter. The essence of life rides on the tail of the Ji. The name of Dingzhong is the result of hundreds of military achievements. After death, people will know the truth, and the emperor will be granted the title of Chongfeng during his lifetime. The supreme being was shocked and mourned, and the courtiers cried. There had already been a lonely loyalist who moved the 9th level. Whoever sent Sun and had only one boat left, and the non-officials could not catch up to Nantian. Gong Zhao led him to the Guangdong Sea, and was shot in the throat and died. Kai led him to a single boat and fled into the Annan Sea. I have traveled 5,000 miles to explore the Jiao Cave, and endured the waves of whales for 20 years. I have not been able to come in every other year. He also repaired the ship and prepared food in Zhenhai and never returned to his home office. He rode the tide and had no sleep at night. If the elegance is combined with the prison, you will see Peng and Taiwan-bound Narcissus early. We have been brothers for 6 years, and we have raised troops together through thick and thin. After Yuan Yichou went to Zhejiang due to worries, the governor held back the government every time, which led to changes in the Guangdong Ocean. He once attacked thousands of boat pirates. Gong and Yuan Suo jointly destroyed and scattered them, such as Shui Ao, Fengwei, Mending Nets, Selling You, Chidu and other gangs. There are no fewer than 1,000 ships in front and behind, and the sea is like a city stretching thousands of miles. Zhu Yan originally knew how good the relationship was, but Jie had already lost his love for his return home. My father-in-law was in a foreign country, and he was granted the title of Jie by his wife. If he pledged himself to the country, he might not be able to return to his family. Who can pity Bo Dao for ending up childless? I am kind and attentive to my nephew. The Duke has no biological children, and he is the one who attacks the Marquis. His son-in-law knows Chen Daizong, who has been with the Duke for a long time, and knows about the theft. Yu Zhou stayed in Zhejiang, and complemented the same knowledge in Ningbo. When I came back to Yongshang to build a special temple, who did the old songs depend on? There is a wind-cold general tree at the end of the bell. I came to the Yong to live in the Admiral's office, and the moss in the water is deep in the steel of my uncle, who donated money to build a government school and wrote his own inscription. I really don't hate my body like this, so I don't have any doubts about my ambition. Maiching has been praying to the Guan family for a long time, as if the heroic spirit filled the temple flags. When Gong left the army, he prayed at the Guandi temple in Ningbo. He signed a poem with the sentence, "In the end, my family's affairs are not good, but my reputation will be passed down forever." August 15th. Admiral Qiu Gonglianging of Zhejiang joined forces with Admiral Wang Delu of Fujian at Putuo Yangtze in Ningbo. On the 17th, he first pursued Kai Qian and attacked him at Yushan Yangtze in Taizhou. On the 18th, he reunited and attacked the Haishuiyang River in Wenzhou and sank his ship. He and his wife both died in the sea. The poem comforts him. In August, the navy of Wenzhou and Taiyuan was in a hurry, and Sun and Hai's tribe was completely barbarized. He must know that the old commander's spirit is here, called Wenzhou's commander-in-chief Hu Gongzhensheng, and the admiral's heroic uncle Li Zhongyi Gong. When you look at your long whale and kill it, Kai and I died in Wenzhou. Please see the poem notes of Imperial Spring Victory Couplet. Sun Erzan. Erzan, courtesy name Uncle Ping, was born in Jingui, Jiangsu Province in the Qing dynasty. In the 3rd year of Daoguang's reign, he was appointed governor of Fujian. In the 5th year of Daoguang's reign, he was promoted to governor of Fujian and Zhejiang. At the beginning of the 4th year, he tried to patrol Taiwan. In the middle of the 6th year, he led troops to Taiwan to quell local incidents. Author of Tiantang Poetry Collection. Miscellaneous chants from Taiyang. The gate is not a wild goose gate, Guandu Gate, in the east of Tamsui, and the sand moraine is like a pile of dragons. A land field is opened, and a needle plate market is imported. When the clouds are clear and then full, the mountains are blooming in the rain. When the sky is clear, the mountains are covered in mist. If the mountain light is revealed, it is the sign of rain. Mengdai, name of Li Maochun Garden in Ming Dynasty. Nowhere to be found, the famous garden is ashes. The python armor boat cut wood, the cut wood is the boat, named python armor, the dragon incense agent cuts the saliva, the burning whirlwind has fire, and the boiling well water has no smoke. The oysters are collected in the houses, and the oyster fields are litigated in the mountains. Frequent calls for crossing along the current. By the 99 stream. The wind festival is joyful without knots. The wind and grass grow without knots in spring, which means there is no typhoon in the year. The frost is timid and whips away. The bamboos are all in clusters, and the bamboo shoots cannot come out of the clusters. The fragrant jade flowers are beautiful in the evening, and the golden chrysanthemums welcome the new year. Lake mining whirlstone. Fantong Ma Jian money. Suddenly I looked at the collection of square objects and returned to the Dutch ship. The gong rat once made a famous song, and the crouching gull borrowed it for food. The tide fish frightened the sea and ripened it. The fish followed the tide, and it was called sea ripe, and the fire deer pity the wild people. The deer were frightened by the fire, and it was called fan huang. Pound peng lai sauce. The word yang first appeared in Jingxiao's Tongji. The common name is garlic. Use sugar to make it peng lai sauce. Pour coconut milk into it. Coconut is as big as a melon, cut into pieces. If there is clear liquid, you can take a bowl of it, which is called coconut wine. The illness came to bother me Gua. Common people are still practicing witchcraft. When illness comes, Hakka masters often bring handfuls of rice to occupy it, which is called mi gua, and Sanbao had leftover ginger. It is said that the ginger planted by the eunuch Sanbao in the Ming dynasty when he came to Taiwan can cure all kinds of diseases. The Buddha's bun is filled with permitha, and his fairy skin is blessed with bowl. The lings are fragrant and the koik's tears are bitter, while the peeled bananas are sweet and tooth-bearing. Nanfeng 3 cups of millet, 3 cups of millet, produced in Fengshan County, and Shilua 5-inch tangerines. Shilua produces excellent tangerines. Asking who can knit. The name is missing. The method was taught by Tang monk, in Dali of the Tang dynasty. Monk Zhou began to make cane sugar, condensed ice and filtered cane pulp, rented a house with a row of houses, and was good at moving sails and rafts. The taste overwhelms the snow in Shishan Mountain, and the light overwhelms the frost in Songjingjing. We know Yudu County by fate, why not mention Munu Township? Gradually getting used to different customs, Why bother crossing Haimen? Good or bad luck is determined by the bird's voice. The name of the peppermint bird is here, and every time you go hunting, listen to the bird's voice to predict good or bad luck. Listen to the dove's call. The white dove can know the climate, so it is called robin. The iron tree has thin coral, and the golden-stemmed butterfly light, the flower of iron tree, is like coral. The golden stem flower is commonly known as golden butterfly. The two-flowered female has many hairpins. Looking far away from the postal pavilion, the clouds are painted in the clear sky. At the clouds' feet, the artist paints water and rocks, with a trace of horizontal dye like a boundary underneath. Although the clouds are thick and gloomy, if there are feet visible, it will not rain. When the season comes, where can you ask for magical powers? The rice is ripe in early spring, and the cicadas are chirping in mid-February. In summer, it rains, and in autumn, kites blow in the wind. Sigh, I have traveled far, I really see how poor the Earth's axis is. Cha Yuanding. Yuanding Zi Xiaobai was born in Haining, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. In the early years of Xianfeng's reign, he traveled to Taiwan and settled in Zhuqian. There is Chao Chao Cottagine Chao, which has become incomplete, and Xiao Yin, written by Chen Chaolong of Xinchu. See appendix of this book. Miscellaneous chants, 20 poems recorded too. There are no miscellaneous trees in Guilin, but there are many thorns in the orchid bushes. The autumn chrysanthemums are placed under the fence, and they are unique and hidden. Bai Fu was relegated to Jiangzhou, and the people wept to the same tune. I also have a fellow villager, Su Xiaoxiao in Qiantang. Penghu bamboo branch ci. I heard that corals live under the sea. This stone also got the name. The precious light sent a dragon to protect it, but it was picked by mistake and made with a ghost axe. Si Gung caged a white dove as a gift, and served him to drive the black and black oxen. The island stood 36 in the sea, and there was no vegetation at all. A green light flickers in the cold window, and the sound of the wind blowing on the ground can be heard in the clear night. Hundreds of feet of waves are flying in the rain, and the curtains are fluttering with the smell of dragons. Every day the wind whistles and the sun shines. The first sound is the sound of reading in a broken house. Kai Jejin Sergeant Jiang Yu. Li Xiaolian admired Taibai's name. The low back wall is built with exquisite stones, and the windows under the eaves are about a foot long. It can avoid strong winds and summer heat, and fish and crabs are used as food for every family. The dark clouds are chaotic and their shadows are whirling, and the little fishermen are accustomed to riding on the waves. The thick powder and light fat make me confused, and there is a lot of spray on the temples. After returning from fishing, the moon is not yet setting, and the fishermen are smiling at the gentle steps of the waves. The lotus flowers are red and still wet when they come out of the water, and they are busy exchanging the fresh scales for sweet potatoes. Smiling, he lowered his head and leaned against the fishing tent. Anant's family lives in the west and east of the island. Why travel by wind? The tide of news comes day and night. And Guiyun Shang Mao Kai, Xiangjin, presented Yuan Yun. The floating family is overseas, making plans is too boring. Shi Zhejiang lingers in dreams, and the east wind hinders visitors. Hongfei left a snow mark, and the immortal couple made poems and moves. The golden platform was built in the beginning of Wei dynasty, and the sound of the piano cherishes the burnt end. 30 poems about spring, with preface, record 4. The poems are written in the sky, with specific styles. The guest house relieves sorrow, and the rain window brings joy. Imitation of Fei Qing's beautiful sentences. Remember the fables of Zhuangzi. Whether it is emptiness or color, I doubt whether it is true or false. The reader can understand it by himself, but the author is too lazy to think more carefully. The leisurely feelings are written in the north of the inkstone, and the rhymes are written in the east of the east. The tea tastes 2 spears and are green, and the poem tells the story of a red leaf. The snow leaves a paw print. Yin Yen has the same heart. The beautiful body comments on the beauty of the group, and you wander into the fairyland in your dreams. You should take pity on me when I'm sick, and I'll remember you even more when I'm silent and sad. If it's cold in spring, what's the point of being a guest? The lakes and seas are full of traces, and the fame is misunderstood. People get old easily if they waste time. It's time for the flowers to bloom again. The kun fish swims in the sea, the slave horse loves the cud, the Buddha on the island is not a Buddha, and the dwarf is even more mistaken for a dwarf. The preface to Pangu is given as a gift, and the picture of Wangchuan is hidden. My family originally lived in the West Lake, and I was an old fisherman in Yanba. It's cold outside the guest window. Chuanyan's words are murmuring, beautiful sentences are chanted sadly, and lovesickness is deep-rooted. The wild flowers are red and purple, and the sea and rain are fishy and salty. Don't let the scenery of the lake and mountains pass you by. Take advantage of the wind and hang up your sails. Guichou Yuanri's test writing. Su Shi and Niu Sengru were all destined to be in danger. The Right Army prefaces the Orchid Pavilion and selects the building to follow its traces. Time flies by. I am 100 years old this year. I know nothing about Boyu, but I search in vain for a straight edge. On a lavish trip overseas, the whole family stays in the same house. As a long-term guard in Taichangzhai, the bones and bones control the barrenness of the city. Guizun is one example, and the ugly Yin has been accumulated since ancient times. The auspicious book is Wangzheng, and the spring breeze in the courtyard is narrow. It is not a good idea for an old mother to lean on her house and look forward to losing her rice. She sings the song Big Sword Ring and welcomes the water of Shu. Wang Xiaoquan, Chu, Quan Tu surrounded Yin and sent poems to Cambodia. Answer according to rhyme. The zither and harp are not specific, and the sounds of morning music are different. The chariot and hat are forgotten. So what is the purpose of gathering and dispersing? He has been disobedient to the customs in his life, but only the king can judge him. For example, if he is a treasure, how can his flaws cover up his beauty? The breeze ruffles the bamboo, and the green water reflects the red sorghum. Thousands of miles from north to south, we can meet each other by water. The shields are grinding and the grass is flying. In the past, when Lingzhu was there, the whale's teeth grab the sea, and the feet stretch out to the sky. There are no children left under my eyes, and I don't want to give anything less in my heart. In this period of writing, shortcuts are competing for each other. The evil spirit flatters Zhong Kuei, the plum crane attracts Lin Bu. The secrets are divided into the court and the market. How can the name harm the kitchen? Vanillas send beautiful women, staffs and quinoas sing angrily. Shaoqing shines in the shadow with pity, and the Luotian blesses the child. 3 years of traveling in Xinjiang, one time letting the cows and horses roar. The puppets are chased frequently in the field, and the posture of Lu Pu is still sighing. I revisited Ziyun Pavilion and returned to Mo Zhai in a car. I was pregnant and sang together, and my excitement diminished, and I wandered around with my pride in my years. I have been in the southern country for a long time, and my dreams are flying around the West Lake. When the wind and rain come, my old friend will be banished to a coward. The blooms of algae are white, and the hydrochloric acid is used to treat plum blossoms. Zhilan Road is a righteous friendship, and the traces of relatives are willing to be sparse. The silk robe makes Uncle Fan look after me and share my happiness. The spirit is deep in the heart, and the hair on the temples is frightening. The shoe brocade is covered with ice and snow, and the Han Dynasty book secret gourd. I admire the whirling ants, and the light flies through the gaps. If you fight against a tiger with your arms, don't repay the kindness of a crow. The sails are flying away from the flying kites, and the bald-tailed donkeys are falling in love with each other. The whole family is in the same house, and things abroad are driving us away. The road is getting farther and farther, and we are still there. Zhang Qian was riding on a dry tree, and he plucked out poplar trees with a single hair. He carried a short master's book, and each one was stuck in a corner of the sky. Occasionally playing with Ruhan, the beautiful body is forbidden to be bold and rough. The mother-in-law does not forget to dress up, and the ruthless heart does not cure the fool. The proud bones are jagged, and the empty teaching ghosts are teasing. Guanxing has no physical appearance. This theory is not false. Pingzi sings about the four sorrows. Lu Yi sighs at the stone and has nothing. He is in the same tune as the king, and he is poor and happy. I arrived at the Zhuxi River at the right time, and took charge of your plans. I just stopped there, and you took care of military supplies. Ai Hong pouted the Peng Island, and cut millet to hold up the march, making the king's heart like a Buddha, serving the country like a fool. Hanging up the mat to pick up the moon, and playing the harp, she was named Shu. As soon as I reported the achievements of Ying Dong, the orchids were flying high in the north. The yun still left the field yun, and its fatness was better than that of the inkstone in the north. When we meet, we get off the car and bow to each other, soothing our lovesickness. The men's eyebrows are still like those of the past, chatting with each other in the cold and warm. Drink the wine from the village and drink the vegetables from the garden. My heart appreciates the languorous chants. The rhymes are big and small. Since you crossed Langong, this high and hidden body is left. The 5 colors of the clouds bloomed, and a book was found on the emperor's ruler. The upper part is about longing for lovesickness, and the lower part is comforting to live in a group. The smoke cloud is full of curls, and one by one I can explore the pearls. In the Qing dynasty, Tang Feng was praised, and there were even more hanging fish in the courtyard. Salt and iron were economical, and the theory was pedantic. But I am worried about the crowd being drowned in the world, but I am not worried about the uncultivated roads. It is only a month, and the wealth and education will increase the common people. Ma Yuan warned his son and nephew that he would be soaked in red and black. Take him and let him go without any worries, so as not to be filthy or filthy. Fan Jun washes away the old stains. Fan Jun carves out the decayed plants. Replying to Jun Xiao Miao as a gift, the letter arrived at the beginning of my Qiu. The mailbox comes and goes frequently, so be careful not to be stingy with Qi Ju. I like the title of Jun Jin, but I don't want to lose my reputation. I leave the elegant music behind, and Dongua escapes to play you. After finishing the poem, I sigh again. The moon is full and the steps are gone. Trying to make extra meals, Linshi sighs. I wrote a letter and sent it to my 9th brother Yugon. The spring dream in the pond is as wide as the sea and the sky, and it is difficult to write about infinite detachment. There is still fighting in the southeast half of the wall, and the children of the family are happily reunited. Don't wear clothes because of wine debt. The poem about sending plum blossoms is also sour. Knowing that it is a guest's sorrow that affects both places, we try our best to repay peace by adding extra meals. 51st time, for songs recorded 3. The guest star on the Fuchin River is lonely. The countryside of my hometown has been deserted for a long time. I want to repay my hard work because I have lost rice. Who can pity the hard work of attracting chicks? Ao Qian Inghai has a strong heart, but Qin Ting's plan in the book is too roundabout. Even if I don't know Boyu until late, my hair will turn gray. My life experience is as if I am not tied to a boat. I regret my travels with my unique clothing. When fame and fame are mistakenly used up, articles are debased, and when wealth and honor are exchanged, wives and concubines are ashamed. Butterflies dream of fighting for deer, and magpie nests are first built to accommodate singing doves. The poor road depends on the heroic spirit, lying high in Yuanlong's 100-foot tower. Zhu introduces longevity to Jinfangzhen. The autumn light under the fence is as complex as ever. The clouds in Xiu are far away from the guest's thoughts, and the reflection of the mirror begins to fade away, and the soul of poetry begins to fade. How can he be so graceful? His body will be hidden, and he will not be able to speak easily, and his tongue will not touch him. I dare to say that Ai Nian should serve in government, and there is no need to discuss the ordinary and obscure things. To save Taiwan, Gao Nanqing Sima, Hongfei, 4 poems recorded in 1. He is showing off his heroic appearance, his hair is fluttering and his hair is covered with snow. The thief has just captured the giant ugly, and the law hates the misguided master. Where the battle is fierce with blue blood, and the heart is full of loyalty. His soul returned to overseas, and he planned to give him a big move. Resign. Wang Zhongfu Sima, Tingqian, the commander of Wanfeng Mountain, 4 poems recorded 2. In the Hengsai courtyard of Haigua, Ban Jing talks about old friends. Zhu Xingdong Lu Zhong, the heroic Baiming Bao. Hongji hangs his heart in the mirror. Longwen reads handwritten notes. New poems are written on grass. Monthly fee is considered. The rank is increased, the new governance spectrum is added, and the ancient Zhuluo of the country is established. The painting was passed down to Majia, and the title of the book was attributed to Yonghe. H. Phoenix is draped in green, and green sand surrounds the courtyard. After 3 years of separation, it's sad to hear the song Xia Lu, titled Ma Yun Bo Er In, Keduan. Collection of lesson poems. The poem tube is passed on to the post envoy, and the love is better than the plum blossoms in Long Tu. Gold is used to picking through sand, and pearls have been selected. He was born in Guizhou in Yuan dynasty and went to Penglai as an official. We are both hungry and drive away guests, but we have pity on each other and are upright. Yang Fushan Sima, Qingzi. Recruited to Lanshan to block the rain in the chicken coop. The soul beats the drum and watches the night branch, and there is a sound of rain. The southern country opens up to the East China Sea, and the strange peaks carry the angry waves. The pitiful disaster turned into scorched earth, everywhere from the bamboo ditch to the chicken coop. Villages and cottages, large and small, were all sorted and burned to the ground, especially in Xinjiang. Wu Enai killed his officials, and the thieves camped in Sandiao. Yuing hires Shuangjiu and will pass through the thieves' cave and go to Pingji. It has turned to Sichuan, a sign of peace. It should be a strange strategy from a famous mountain. Therefore, wind and rain hinder the journey. The light rain has cleared up, and we are rafting on Longang. Originally, I was an earthly immortal, sleeping in the open air and eating in the wind without counting my years. The sun rises and the rain falls, the whip has been chanted and we board a boat again. Travelers travel to overseas mountains and seas. The sky is full of water and the sky is connected to the sky. Pointing to the smoke and trees in Lancheng, they are named Empress Yang and Wang Qian. Turtle Mountain. This mountain was born from the giant spirit god and was relegated to the great seashore of Yingdong. I feel ashamed that I am still trudging in the mud, and I envy him for his carefree life. Chou Zeng Yanfan rode with his dragon and horse, and Tao sighed and rode on a canopy to beg for Phoenix and Lin. But if you get Shaipan's-han or Shi, you can hide safely in dangerous places. Buddha's hand. Make a seal with the incense of Dolua, put your palms together and face the heaven and earth. Before finishing the flower scattering, you should practice one-finger meditation. Don't hold your hands, rub your head or stretch your fists. Plant the Bodhi tree, and its fragrance will bring enlightenment to the universe. Lunar New Year's Eve. What night is it? The years have passed. In the 51 years, where has fame and fortune been? When visiting Yingheidong, whoever destroys it will be praised. The spring breeze blows through the sparse windows, and the jade rhythms return to Shi's control. The clouds roll over the jade mountains, and the dawn rises into the sky. May you work hard to be prosperous, and listen to the prophecies of good luck. Wei Wen Yin, with quotes, recorded 2 songs. Merchant ships come to Taiwan. Rumor has it that thieves escaped from Guangda into Anji County, Zhejiang Province, harassed Yuhang, and suddenly fell into the martial arts world. In a hurry, it extended to Haichang, and Luo Zhongcheng, Lu Fangbua, and Yiguan died. The thieves attack the flag camp, but the general defends it. The disaster is a disaster. Particularly tragic. The servant lives in Zhejiang and Hangzhou, and travels to Yingqiao. My hometown is in trouble, and my roots touch my heart, so I cry with poems. He heard about the changes in Nanjing in East Guangdong and analyzed the dangers in Tianjin on the right side of the Yangtze River every day. Lu Tianyun said, "But I sing loudly." The common people have been humbled for a few days. There is sympathy between today and ancient times. Make een of strange news. Half of the southeast wall was trapped by the thieves' front, and the monsters were provoked for 10 years. Most of the same articles were in harmony with Qiao, and Shichong was the one who died as a concubine. Nangua's Leu was rewarded. Even if you lie down high on the East Mountain, you will be able to judge your merits. Don't call strange things strange. Ian How often writes empty books. The lakes and mountains are vast, and the sea is vast. I lean against the Yingtang and look at my hometown. Su Ruzi is not here to stay. Qianqing depends on Duan Wenchang. The end of the world sheds tears and mourns the southern country, and the spirit of the beacon fire hangs in Beimang. The weak brother throws himself into the hairpin to serve his mother, so he should take pity on the happy dream pond. Answer Yang Yoshi Arian, Keita. Your wealth is for the benefit of the world, but I do not seek knowledge. I come to you as a guest. Read good poetry when we meet. When times are tough, my heart becomes strong, and my words are powerful and strange. When I scream proudly across the sea, don't think it's too late. Every now and then I see the demonic atmosphere blazing, killing everyone as if numb. The general is watching the wall, and the old mother is far away from home. I am happy to have Chen Fan come down on the couch. Ruanji sighs when the journey is poor. Wushan hangs over the bright moon. Is it still prosperous? The title is Li Jinghu Shaoyin, Ing Chun, reciting a manuscript, recording a poem, When I went overseas to recruit troops, a single leaf in my boat was protected by the wind, the stormy sky, and my open mind. From then on, every word will benefit the work. General goes. The general's silver seal is as big as a bucket, and he controls the left and right sides of the Southeast River. He spends tens of thousands of gold on his troops every day, and the company camp is thousands of miles long. We have been together for 10 years now, without teaching, training or farming. Millions of Pishio rivers are listed, and the colors of the flags are fresh on the day. Giant pirates are always said to be cunning, and generals are fond of martial arts but not easy to kill. Once the drums and rhinoceros move the ground, they will draw their weapons before leaving the camp. Zhang Huang's 6th Division was running around and asked, "Is my head still there?" The general retreated to Gusu Terrace and cursed the thief Sui Yang for his immortality. The long snake conferred the title of pig to devour Wu, and flew overseas to recruit soldiers. 3,000 divisions and brigades were recruited in a hurry, and the ocean was filled with boats and boats in June. Grandma, mother and wife see each other off. Murmurs of mourning. A man of great authority in command, but a humble man who prepares an army, and a show of force is nothing more than a mob. Hearing that the generals are wary of extraordinary talents, all the troops driving in front of the camp are in vain. When thieves come and break the formation like broken bamboo, are all the great soldiers in the world safe? Thousands of miles to the southeast of Half Wall, how difficult is it to suppress and how easy is it to lose? If the situation makes the thieves even more rampant, who can live or die together in front of the army? The Zishu River is roaring with the roar of the tide, and the slender willow camp has become a geisha camp. My father and I are looking forward to the east of the river. How can you please give me peace? Wang Chu. Chu, whose courtesy name is Shaoquan, he once served as the magistrate of Tuwei County, Ilan. Sen Cha Xiaobai. The orchid has no strong fragrance, but the fragrance of the ancient plum blossoms is unique. For example, when you meet a gentleman, you forget your form and are as light as the original. You can forgive me for this. This makes it clear. When I met you, Shuangjiang Nujinyu, I embraced the green flowers, and you are adorned with red flowers. The moss and the green grass are in harmony, and the sun and poetry meet each other. Looking at the mountains, we must be together. Looking at the flowers, we must be together. We are both in the prime of life. We will arrive at Yunsu. 3 years after the separation, Rongshe was in trouble. Suddenly, when the Yuan dynasty comes, the true growth has already begun. Everyone lifts their beards and laughs, as if they are paying for their long-lost love. They talked freely in the evening, and the pheasant wine came out of the Sun kitchen. Then they sang Qingkai songs. The leakage is still humming. From now on, we will continue to have good encounters, and the pursuit will be fruitless. I am ecstatic when you pass by, and I cheer when you come. After a while, the autumn wind blows the wild cattails. I sent an envoy to Cha, and you boarded the shogunate's chariot. We were separated for 5 or 6 years. The years have passed. The year before last, I received a good news and heard that you were visiting Penghu. I missed seeing each other so much that I asked the woodcutter across the water. The new poems have made me read, and I have been late to reply to those who have lived in the wilderness. How intense are my emotions and thoughts, and how sparse are my traces. I passed the bamboo cut in previous years. I feel happy when I shake hands. I am surprised to see you become a vassal, and I am ashamed of my head. You are still pressing the golden thread, and I am still drawing the gourd. 3,600 days, how can it be like a gap? You have a white-haired relative, but you are frightened and feed the black ones. I am like Huang Yangjun. My heart is spinning like a donkey. Each body is burdened with heavy burdens, all driven by the 8 mouths. The same downfall and desolation are all the same. How can we share the same destiny? If you are close to ink, you will get black, and if you get purple, you will get red. Let's take a look at people from ancient times and give you an example. Wang Ken was unable to achieve his ambition. How can a person with great ambition be rough? Du Qin did not move to an official position, and it would be foolish to know that the official is humble. As the saying goes, why not make fun of it? Zheng Shen didn't kill anyone. Who can tell false accusations if he has no mother? The ancients valued a close friend, and if you have one, you will never be alone. I came across the sea. The excitement is gone. Thousands of miles away from home, he is over 50 years old. He is just trying to save his wealth, so what is the use of useless things? For the sake of fame, what is the need for cochlear horn? If I don't see the opportunity early, I will be stranded for a long time. The nesting nest is worried about the guest swallows. Fufeng sighs and feels tired. His body is like a general who has been promoted to peace, but his heart is like a misfortune. In previous years, when I was hungry, I would not choose to fly to the sea, but for the sake of promotion and fighting, I did not care about fertility. When the earth is secluded, the mind can be calm, and the body can feel relaxed and relaxed. If you have sufficient strength, you will avoid trembling. Have a mouth to avoid grunting. I write poems and evaluate the village wine, open the garden and pick late vegetables. Although I don't have a transcendent platform, I have fun and learn to beard. There is nothing to do with the world, and I have a 7-foot body. I am suffering and have no companions, so I get a piece of paper from you. And sent Hualien to come. It seems that you take pity on me and live alone. When you talk about your guests, I regard them as pearls in my palm. I feel ashamed that there are no cars or fish in Lenyazhai. I only have a couch made of grass and straw, and my true feelings are unrestricted. Encourage students to study diligently and avoid desolation in the long run. I said you have time. Why not learn poetry? I take care of my non-paintings and teach them to be stained by themselves, chatting to soothe the silence and avoid evil contamination. In February, the flowers are flying wildly, and the people in the mountains are guarding their branches. I wonder where you have sent them, and the new poems are at the beginning of the draft. I will also be angry. In exchange for the king's cheongju, I beg you to give me criticism, but fortunately, don't add frivolous reputation. I know clearly that when I sing, the zither and lute are mixed with the sheng in you. It is like a bug that can't be eliminated. Sing and pray in the wind, and then let out a long sigh. It rhymes with Cha Xiao Bai's Buddha's hand. Why do you become a Buddha and rain flowers across the heavens? Point to the Bodhi tree and meditate on liberation meditation. Xie Yin appears with a solitary palm, and the bright moon seals the empty fist. With one hand holding it and rubbing it, the true fragrance protects the universe. Chen Weiying. Weiying, whose courtesy name is Shuaji and whose nickname is Yogu. Freshwater people. During Xianfeng's reign, he served as the eunuch of Min County. After returning home, he took charge of 2 academies, Yangshan and Shuahai. Late in the evening, I built an ancient nest and lay there with my poetry friend Xiao Xiao. He is the author of 5 volumes of Tiao Xian Lu. Poem of the Lady of the Prison. Press Mrs. Chen Yonghua's daughter married Zheng Jing's eldest son Ku, Zhang Shangtuxia. After the war was in Xiamen, Zhang Shangtuxia was ordered to supervise the country in Taiwan, and then he could just end it. Feng Shifan is jealous of all traitors, Jingzhu, together with Jingdi's Tsong, Ming, Ji. Rou and others planned to change the throne, and Zheng was the son of a moth and could not bear the throne. He plotted against Dong Guotai and killed him. He established his second son, Kushuang, the son-in-law of Shifan. When the lady heard about the change, she hurriedly went to Guotai and said, "It's like a fruit borer. If you can't bear the inheritance, why not send him home early? Otherwise, why should we kill him if we can still serve as soldiers and civilians? When you knock on the trombone, please restrain yourself." After serving rice for 3 days, he calmly threw himself into a trap and died. I commend him for his integrity, so he aspires to it. 3 dynasties of tea and food are the cause of life. The first person in the biography of a martyred woman, the ruler sacrificed her life for righteousness, and her husband died without hatred for his treacherous minister. A poem by Mrs. Epine. According to Taiwan Foreign Notes, Fu Weilin plotted against Jing Shixia and captured Shen Rui, the Marquis of Huaiyan. Rui's wife was Zheng Bin's daughter. When the Shen clan was about to be destroyed, Bin begged for his daughter's pardon. Kushuang promised her, and Yu returned. "Madam, what's the matter?" After informing him, the wife resolutely said, "Although the son was born to his parents, his body today is the body of Shen men, and he was not cherished by his parents. It is enough to live as the wife of the Shen family and die as the ghost of the Shen family. Do not love your children to make them laugh. Turn around and go out." The parents wept and refused to stay, so they returned home. At home, Rui and his younger brother Ju were strangled to death, and grandmother Jean also hanged herself. The wife cried and said, "Madam, go first, my wife will be here soon." Then his home was confiscated and his family members were distributed. Rui's younger sister, eldest sister, and 3 girls, Yu and Shui, all hanged themselves. The lady collected them from the market. Then she cut off the grains and served them with rice for 3 days before hanging herself calmly. Later, Yao Qisheng asked Zhang Mengji to entrust him with the title of first-class wife. Zhang Guozhu was sent to guard Zhang Guozhu to move the coffin to Beijing and choose a place to bury her. Even though parents divorce after they are born and married, Shenen must be repaid to the Shen family. It is filial piety if you know how to fulfill your obligations. Why do you have to suffer death before leaving? After 3 dynasties of food, the rest of my life is more glorious than dying. The Qin family once died in the national calamity, and at the same time, Qijie was crowned in Japan. Where is the treacherous plotter, Yan Wang, now? A first-class title has an eternal name. What is the reason for his death? The Shen family's injustice does not need to be revealed. Once Luan Zhang goes to the eastern capital, the oil-filled incense carriage leaves the corner of the sea. Before the trial of Chang'an on a moonlit night, does his true soul still miss his hometown? On the 8th day of August in Guizhou, the gangsters will be divided into groups. Spreading for hundreds of miles, sincere and sad. Contain the many annoyances and evils, and do not drive away the misfortune that comes from heaven. Quanzhong, Fujian and Guangdong are divided into partial unions, the old classification of Quan and Zhang. Now Tong'an belongs to Quan and is attached to Zhang, while Shaanxi, Nan and Huiyan belong to Fujian and are attached to Guangdong, Wang's son-in-law. My uncles and nephews are also sparse, so because of my family history. 13 years after the war between Qin and Chu, Xi and Eugene, in the same category, 13 years ago, wars have spread more and more today. Houses have been reduced to ashes, and all the people cried, "Heaven!" The change of Guizhou. Brothers all died. Not long after I was wrapped in leather for the battlefield, I came to collect my bones, and it was so sad. Feng Cheng is a horse hyena and a younger brother, and the singing of clams and beads on the ground is strange and strange. It's hard to drink hatred away from Long Mu well, to wash away the grievances in the tiger-shaped P-Bay. Sitting alone under a lonely lamp in Hanzhai, I wrote poems secretly with tears in my eyes. On September 19th, the governor of Zhu Danyuan built a house for merchants to stop the fighting, and asked his agent to write an article to commemorate Li Xia and regulate yin and yang. The place gradually became peaceful. Suddenly it was reported that the 5 Tsongs were driving in the North Sea. The origin of the prefect's surname is Zhu. The old ghosts in Litan are joined by new ghosts, and the small witch in Wenyuan meets the big witch. After exhausting all the energy and shedding tears, the dry seedlings gradually fade into the rain. Capture the tiger in action. The clown, under the guise of fame, gathers in the green forest and takes over Zhanghua. Who can add wings that are so fierce? There is no forgiveness for the sin committed by Ko Dao's senator last year. I roared in the half-lined city, and I didn't dare to take risks. The chicken was killed after sleeping on his skin. Wu Zibing hunted for a long time. Rats and foxes rely on its ferocity, chasing each other with greed and success, ignorant and delusional. They want to call themselves tigers, and they are tame and harassed in every possible way. It is difficult for Yi Gui to become the queen of ducks. Xuanwen competes with the deer and is ultimately defeated. Chen Banzhao and Zhang Fu succeeded him, and it was difficult for the wolves to defeat him. This Yuzuazuo is a brave hero, and Miaoer jumps over the beam and waits for pigs and pigs. The famous Chaohu temple comes to Shaogong, and the dignified history is being planned. The geese and storks are flying with 3,000 wings. There are hundreds of thousands of flying bears with minions. When the sky is noisy, I vibrate the drum and go straight into the tiger's den to capture the tiger. It is said that in Bianzhuang, tigers were killed in the past, and the tiger uncle was exposed in the fields. Feng Fu, a Jin woman, was good at fighting tigers, and she was said to have subdued tigers one after another. Now you are willing to wag your tail and give the head, but it is difficult to escape in the deep mountains. Laughing at you and obeying is in vain, and painting a tiger will not turn out to be a dog. Chronicles of Yi Ma Yangshan Academy. It has been 20 years since I expanded my territory and established a new territory, and my territory has just entered my birth. Yang Gong began to build the Yutang Hall, and Zhu Shi rebuilt the Deer Cave. The Sea of Learning comes from Waizili. Yangshan faces Kibialan City. The place in front of the banquet is connected to Wenchang Mansion, and the military hero is born under the sect. Talking in vain is easy to exhaust. I feel ashamed that the bones of a horse are difficult to master. I have been working hard on my monthly lessons, and I have pointed out the similarities and commented carefully. No matter how valuable it is to raise a scholar, his morale will be cold, but it will be unkind to balance others. The green felt on the screen is cold, and the water is clear when alfalfa is boiled. The teaching emphasizes the mind and body but neglects calligraphy. Confucianism is the first to learn and postgraduate names. It is fearful that dolphins and dogs are more than 3 occupations, and it is difficult to bear the sound of singing a Li song. On the East Road, Panyu stopped, and in the northern suburbs, people greeted each other with joy. Hundreds of green clouds and trees looked back. The scenery of Huai City lingers in my sleep. The title is Taiku Nest. I don't know how old I am in the mountains. I dreamed that I was sleeping next to Hua Su's pillow. There were no ancient tombs in the loam, but there were only dead branches and nests in the sky. Searching for relics on Liangyi stone, and hiding immortals in front of Baguatan. Laughing at the chaos in the thatched cottage, sitting on the 3 rafters of the opposite house with knotted ropes. Yang Jun. Jun, whose courtesy name is Shuetsong. He is a marquis of Fujian province. In the 8th year of Tongji's reign in the Qing dynasty, Chen Peigui, a fellow acquaintance of Tam Sui, compiled the Taiwan records of Tam Sui. He is the author of Guanhuitang poetry collection. Continuously. Taiwan Poems, Wen Song, number 64, has compiled several of his poems. It has the original rhyme of Giving Away to Others, by Lin Xiaoming, and also shows his son's talent and talents and sends his son Sun to his concubine often in Shanghai, 2 poems recorded in 1 dash. See the Sea of Clouds 7 times. I work hard and travel far. I am used to seeing you all over the boat, and I respect your passion for wine. There is an appointment with the Green Mountains, and new things are happening gradually. The sound of the west wind's human speech seems to be uneven. We visited Taiyang on September 14th and arrived in Anping on September 16th. Chu Rongzhen's army was stationed in Yuanzhou, and at night there was a feeling. The two works of Lu Ahan are roaming, and the majestic winds send each other to the mountains and seas. The city is bustling with clothes and hats, and the coconuts and bamboos are rustling in late autumn. Let's go to poverty and desolate places to find rituals and happiness. Dare the general to bow down and be proud of the Duke. I have been very tired over the past few years, so I pray for the language branch so that I don't have to worry. On October 2nd, General Rong Cannon of Jiajingtang invited Anping to watch the water battle. I heard that in the old Kunming pool, fish and dragons danced and raised flags. The priests of the Son of Heaven learned to fight with water, and they drove Hebo as a baby. I also heard that there were 3,000 water rhino armors. How exciting it was to have a fierce fight in Qiantang. The golden bull appears in the snowy buildings, and we still talk about the art of war on the river. My family is mighty and powerful and is called a building boat. There are many virtuous generals across the sea. I was invited to Anping to take a look at it. This happened 30 years ago. Once trained, there are hundreds of wasteful exercises, and the fire is powerful and the heart is torched. Fengyi scares the ambush and prays for sorrow, and Huan and Huan travel together. The spectators on both sides of the bank are like a wall, and all the masters are showing off their wonderful skills. They are circling and performing hundreds of tricks, and the strong wind blows from the west like birds flying. There are more geese and ducks entering the water, and a wheat scale curtain is reopened. There are drums and drums on the high platform in San Laos. The shouts are as loud as the sky. Returning to express condolences and forgetting about the cold clothes, holding a cup of wine and the three armies rejoicing, the scholar grew up and bowed to the last seat, and recorded a large number of records back to Xylan. From then on, pictures of the military appearance were left, with red embedded in the city and a bright moon hanging on it. There is a pillar in the barrier river standing in the east sky, and I know that there are 7 kuns flowing in the middle to worship. In the same year of Yanhui Valley, Sima Qingyi invited people to drink and give gifts. Changsha Guanglu called me my master, and I paid tribute to Luo Giki in the Jade Chamber. After 10 years of reading Li, I felt ashamed. Even more, we have to support each other. Knocking on the door to visit friends, I invite you to accompany Tianlu with my stick and writing. The youngest son of Yanling and the Marquis of Zhou are chasing the clouds and dragons at sunset. Once he was ordered to fly to Qingguan, Yu Shu flew to the song of Sword Ring. A great journey in life requires thousands of miles to see the 3 sacred mountains overseas. I met Yan Zhu at the foot of Fenghuang Mountain, and I walked through the Dongting trees with my heart in mind. Duo Jun opened bottles of wine specially, and talked like reading Yuan Shufu. Qianqiu's words returned to Dingzhong. The public also used a large pen to support the sky. He searched through the auspicious gold and stone arches, and collected the constellations of Changli Gong. Sorry, the wind and dust are late, and the boats are coming back. I hear the people on the way singing, and all the families are full of rice from the taro fields. Peng Hu Diao ancient song. Half of the rivers and mountains have lasted for eternity, and a piece of soil has been left behind by the jade on the sea. The 36 islets have open gardens, and the oyster beach is close to the wind and rain. Recalling the past when thousands of ships of gold came to Xiamen, why did you oversee the country for 7 years? The general rides a whale and never returns, giving empty orders to his hands and singing. Great sorrow. The boat is now a piece of meat, and the great calamity alone calls him the emperor. Since ancient times, the dragon is sad when it loses water, but how can it be known that the sparrow is happy in the hull? A letter of surrender fell in the Central Plains, who summoned the soul of Xiao Zhaoyezu. A bright moon hangs in front of the T-shaped door. Suddenly I heard the roar of the AO tree. At the same time, there are 5 concubines weeping. Gizi Mountain is desolate and a monument is erected. Yu is lonely in the world, watching the sun set at the corner of the West Stream. Sigh. 500 people marched across the field to the tomb, and reached the rugged island of Lingjue. Sangtian Sanxian had no answer, so he asked the fisherman to ask about it. Visit Baobayan Temple. Thousands of hectares of flat land are surrounded by bamboo poles, and the setting sun is cooled by a cold water. Regardless of the silk and bamboo in the famous mountains, I can collect all the large pieces for writing. I envy you for hearing the pure Brahma. Who is blessed to be at the top? He laughs at the smallness of the East China Sea on his sleeves, and puts his fists and stones in